Pregunta.
Vamos con la voz. ¿Podemos probar otra cosa? Por y chicos, disculpen. Ya estamos, ¿no? Estamos. Dame 2 minutos. Perfecto. Tiranos.
Bailes Horns is a horn quartet created in 2016, which main objective is to promote new repertoire, specifically Argentine and Latin American music. Bailes Horns is integrated by Fernando Chiapero, Luis Ariel Martino, Gustavo Ibacache, and Cristian Moravito. All of them are members of the Philharmonic Orchestra and the Stable Orchestra of the Colón Theatre in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Since its inception in 2017, Bailes Horns has performed at numerous concerts as well as in important music festivals, including the 49th Annual IHS International Symposium, International Horn Society in Natal, Brazil, the 5th Annual Brazilian Horns Festival, the Sobre Concert Season 2019, Montevideo, Uruguay, among others. In 2018, Bailes Horns launched their first album, Concert Tango, a disc dedicated to tango, including the different styles of the genre. The CD Concert Tango is available on all the digital platforms and on traditional compact disc format. Also, in 2018, Bailes Horns participated in the most important international tango festival, Tango Va 2018 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, being the first invited brass group in the history of the festival. In 2019, Bailes Horns presented their show Concert Tango for the first time at the Colón Theatre in Buenos Aires, Argentina, being a unique experience and with a great response from the public.
En Buenos Aires.
Same year, Bailes Horns performed the world premiere of Variaciones Concertantes for 4 horns and orchestra by the Brazilian composer Arthur Barbosa in collaboration with the Unicinos Orchestra of Porto Alegre, Brazil. In 2019, Bailes Horns presented Concert Tango for the first time in Europe, especially in Spain, performing concerts in Barcelona and Valencia, and in the Italian Brass Week, Firenze. During this current year, Bailes Horns is launching their second album, Bailes Horns Plays Piazzolla, an integration of the music of Astor Piazzolla in a different format, a new fusion with the traditional elements of the new tango. The album should have been presented in the 52nd annual IHS Symposium of Oregon, USA, and in different concert halls of Argentina, but with this current situation of COVID-19, everything was postponed to the next year, 2021. In this year, and in time of lockdown, Virus Horns has participated in numerous masterclasses, festivals, and meetings online.
Juntos por difusión, viendo la música de
Now and from home, Virus Horns has the pleasure of performing again an Italian Brass Week 2020 in the new virtual show that we hope you would enjoy.
sabe cuando van a escuchar a Piazzolla que no van a ver ni a Valentino, ni van a escuchar el choclo, ni la comparsita. Sabe que van a escuchar una música nueva, de un pueblo nuevo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the studio, and thank you very much for these contributes. Yesterday night, the Bayer's horn was phenomenal, and every day we give some highlights. I'm sorry, my friends from Holland, that was scheduled a little bit earlier, but I'm going to present now a wonderful video. Just, I think, on my taste, is the best. But not because, you know, for any reason, but just because there is a sympathy, a creativity, playing, and many others. So, from Amsterdam, and thank you, Nick Thomas, to make this wonderful video, the KORTENHOEF Brass Quintet. And I'm still here watching it with you. A big clap for the KORTENHOEF Brass Quintet from Holland, Amsterdam. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you took your time and edited a wonderful video. Really simpatico, really nice, funny, and good music. Good music for this time. This, you know, we need to have some nice energy from people, and that's why we set up this festival, and just to put everyone together, music and art and cooking and wine and cocktails and so on. Now, my friends from Greece, you know, I was invited by the MELOS Brass in one festival a few years ago, I think 10 years ago, in Corfu. And they are amazing, amazing quintet, and I'm very, very happy to present from Greece the MELOS Brass. Hello everyone, we're back in the studio, ready for the next master classes.
Yes, we keep going with Bastien Baumet.
From France, Bastien,
are you there?
Yeah, can you
Hi.
Hello,
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, perfectly.
Fantastico, merci beaucoup to be with us.
My pleasure.
Very, very welcome to the Italian Brass Week 2020, online, but hopefully next year you will be with us here in Florence.
Sure.
Merci.
Perfect. Merci.
I think, do you have any topic that you want to present?
So yeah, we can speak about basic things for every brass player. I mean, the air, the bracing exercise, something. So we can speak about this, and then little bit of stress maybe later if you have some
Okay.
time. And so one question before beginning is, it's okay in English, or I can speak Spanish if you want.
It depends on, normally we choose English because probably everybody is able to understand. But if there is some, for instance, people from South America, maybe you can switch one, sometimes make English and Spanish, or, a combo.
Or combo, yeah, okay, perfect. Okay. So I will in English, I will speak in English, and let me know if I need to speak Spanish. It's okay for me.
Okay, we will ask
perfect.
the students if they need some translation. Maybe Tanya can make a little translation. Or you or Tanya, she speaks many languages.
Yeah, we talk
Okay,
already in
so
Spanish.
what about the students?
Okay, I think you can start your master class. The kids are already there, the students, and enjoy your master class.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Enjoy, Bastien.
Thank you. So yeah, today I saw this week many video of Italian brass, many artists speaking about different things, and it's a very good opportunity to everybody to have this kind of opportunities. For me today, I will speak about for me the most important for a brass player, also for the musician, is the hair, the air, the bracing exercise. And for me, with the air, we can change everything. We can change the tonality, the pitch, we can change the high or low range, we can change the quality of sound, we can change everything with air. For me, 99% of the problem is because of not good way of air. So that's why I wanted to speak about this. And firstly, I don't know if some students practice a lot the bracing exercise, but for me it's really, really important. I practice it 15-20 minutes every day before beginning my day. So sometimes when I ask to the student, do you practice the bracing exercise? They said, sometimes. So sometimes means almost never. So it's really important. Almost every day if you can. So easy, we can take breath in 4 beats and then blow in 4 beats, like this 4 beats, and blow to begin to start the day really easy. And then try to make 5 and then 6, 7. The first objective is to grow up, develop the capacity of air inside ourselves. So this is the first good exercise. And then the second objective is to take a breath, the biggest breath, but in short time. This is for me the 2 objectives of bracing exercise. So I saw that Ivan said me, yeah, so good, Ivan, to practice every day. This is really good. So I will show you for me, I think the majority of the musician, the way of brace is, for me, is in 4 steps. The first is here, the down possible here, we need to, and then in second way here, and then when everything is full here, we can grow up the breath, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and not like this, not here at the first, because it's not stable here. So and then we push a little bit. So for me, it's only this way. And again, we can change the pitch, we can change the high range, low range, the quality of sound, everything with the air. And so we can continue speaking about the air to how we can control the air sending in the euphonium or trombone or tuba with paper. This is really important because we can't control inside the euphonium where how is the air. So with the page, the objective is to send the air like this, not directly, but to have a better large sound and not aggressive sound. So if we have a direct sending of air, the page will not move a lot. So the objective is to put the page here without moving, like this. This is piano. So if the page is like this without moving, it's really good. Like this, because if we send only one way here, many noise, and the page is not moving. So piano, like this, is really easy. And then mezzo forte, and then forte, almost horizontal like this. So it's my exercise, not my exercise, but the exercise I use to control if my air is in a good way or no. If it's a bad way, I mean, if the page is like this, the sound, it means that you send air like this, and then in your bell, the air will be like this also. So that's why it's really important. If we send the air like, the result is so bad because the page is not moving. That means that in the instrument, the air is almost doesn't make sense. Okay, so for me, it's really important. And also the air can help for the stress. I don't know if the students here have a little bit stress before an audition or before an exam or concert or inside the orchestra or as a soloist. But for me, before entering in the stage, I use the breathing exercise to put my air the down possible here, again here, only here, because with the stress, with the panic, the breath is, we take the breath like we are afraid. So that's why it's help to relax and to have a not stress or nervous sound. So for me, it's really important to keep, like Ivan said, to keep every day the same or different exercise, but everyday exercise. So maybe you have some questions about the respiration, about the breath, or about the air. We can discuss about this, but I think it's everybody, every artist will tell you the same, because it's the unique way to have a really good sound. Some students are very focused on the technique, on the, I don't know, range, and on something, but the most important is the sound. And to have a good sound, we need to have a good way of air. This is the only things. And then to have a technique, it's not too hard to have a technique. We spend 1 hour or 2 hours, 3 hours with a stand, with a euphonium or tuba or horn, I don't know, and we practice, and everybody can have a good techniques. But the air is really different, and it's really hard. So we need to use every day. We need to use the air, the breathing exercise. My English is okay for you? Okay. Thank you, Ivan. What you mean with braces? Braces, what is braces? I can't understand, I'm sorry. Brackets in Spanish. I'm sorry, but I can understand your question. Can you help me to understand your question? Because making bracing exercise with... Hola.
Hola, mejor. Io penso che sta mejor che habla todo in español, ¿eh? Porque José...
¿Todo el mundo aquí habla español y entiende el español?
Sí.
Ah, bueno, mejor entonces.
Bueno, se puede poner también el video, porque me gustaría también ver tu cara, y no solamente tu cara, sí, hablamos en cara. Ana, José, Byron, por favor, pones el video, porque tenemos de hablar, de hacer fotos también. Bueno, gracias, muy gentil. Maestro, please, keep going.
Okay.
Adelante, adelante.
Adelante. So, Iván, por favor, bueno. Ok. Gracias por tu pregunta. Hablamos de ejercicio de respiración. Entonces, no hablamos nada más que los dientes o la boca o donde está la nariz, donde no. Eso es muy difícil. Pues solamente no hay que pensar mucho. Hay que pensar, tomar aire y soplar. Si empezamos a pensar, no sé, a mucha cosa, puede ser que vamos a bloquearnos y ya imposible para tocar, ¿me entiendes? Si cuando tomamos una respiración ya tenemos 15 preguntas, ya no es imposible, es imposible tocar, o sea, bien en el buen sentido, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, solamente el camino que ya dije, voy a decir otra vez, es 4 etapas. La primera aquí, no aquí, no aquí, aquí. La segunda, tercera y cuarta, ¿ok? Eso es el único camino del aire, porque si lo hacemos de otra manera, pues es un poco instable. Entonces hay que solo pensar en el aire y no sé, si pensamos a dónde está mi nariz, mi diente, todo eso es peligroso de pensar demasiado. Obvio hay que pensar cuando no funciona, no sé, una compa o algo así, pero del tema del aire, solo pensar a fácil, ¿entiendes? O sea que tomar y fácil. Cuando tocas y que estás pensando algo, pues vas a olvidar también la música, porque somos músicos, no somos eufonistas o cornistas, somos músicos, ¿me entiendes? Entonces hay que hacer música, y para hacer música es algo natural que sentimos aquí en el corazón, ¿me entiendes? Entonces hay que tocar, y cuando tocamos, si sientes algo forzado en el sonido, pues hay que volver otra vez y respirar más, o en el buen camino, pero eso viene de la inspiración. Hay que tocar fácil. Fácil quiere decir, pues, sin forzar, sin nervosidad, sin estrés, ¿me entiendes? No sé si ya respondí a tu pregunta, pero no hay que pensar demasiado en las cosas, o sea, a muchas cosas. Solamente respirar buen camino y soplar así con la página, con la ola ya, la hoja. Ya hicimos un poco fácil. Si la hoja no mueva, pues eso quiere decir que tu aire no es en el buen camino. Como no mueva, mucho ruido y no resultado, ¿me entiendes? El más importante es no ruido y resultado. Eso quiere decir eficiente, ¿me entiendes? O sea, mucho ruido, mucha energía por un resultado malo, eso es el peor, ¿me entiendes? O sea, va a tocar el ojo y tu sonido será pequeño en la campana, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, fácil, no ruido, relajado y el sonido así, ¿me entiendes? Eso es lo que, sobre todo para el alofonio, que es un instrumento cónico, ¿me entiendes? La trompeta es diferente, pero la trompeta sí, si tocas agresivo así, el sonido será más agresivo directo, ¿me entiendes? O sea, no sé si respondí, Iván, a tu pregunta.
Sí, pues es que mi pregunta venía más hacia cómo tocar con estos aparatos.
Bueno, eso es lo mismo, o sea, con eso o sin eso, el ejercicio de respiración es lo mismo. O sea, la respiración no depende de los dientes, la respiración depende del diafragma, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, dientes, no dientes, nariz, no nariz, ojos, no ojos, no es diferente, es lo mismo, ¿ok? Solo una cuestión del diafragma. Y otra vez, el primer objetivo es para aumentar la capacidad del aire, porque siempre todo el mundo piense, el límite la tenemos aquí, y no hay límite en realidad. Sobre todo para el alofonio, no hay límite, el límite la ponemos nosotros. Entonces hay que aumentar la capacidad del aire, ¿ok? El segundo objetivo es tomar mucho aire, demasiado aire, pero en poco tiempo. En una negra, corchea, semicorchea, porque en una frase, concierto de eufonio, por ejemplo, tuba, no sé, hay que respirar súper rapidísimo, si no, no tenemos tanto tiempo, ¿me entiendes? Entonces son dos objetivos. Es por eso que todos los días hay que hacer dos tipos de ejercicio de aire. El primero es aumentar la capacidad y la segunda es en poco tiempo, pero el mismo camino, ¿me entiendes? Y Byron, ¿puedes decirme tu pregunta otra vez en español?
Sí, que ¿qué ejercicios puedo hacer para aumentar el registro agudo?
Eso es la pregunta siempre. Sí, buena pregunta. No hay diferentes tipos de ejercicio, pues existe un camino. Para mí, es mi opinión. Puede ser que otro va a decirte algo, no sé, pues, pero para mí no existen 30 maneras de respirar. Pero para el agudo es lo mismo. Lo que pasa es, el agudo para mí es una cuestión de presión, ¿ok? Y para enviar presión hay que respirar, ¿me entiendes? O sea, voy a explicarte que en el agudo la velocidad del aire es mucho más rápido que en el medio, ¿ok? Entonces y para enviar un aire rápido hay que tomar aire antes, ¿ok? Porque la gente cuando van al agudo hacen el cuerpo, la garganta, todo cerrado y el aire no puede pasar. Es lógico, ¿me entiendes? Pero la gente está forzando así y obvio el sonido es muy pequeño porque el aire no puede pasar. Entonces hay que respirar lo mismo y enviar una presión, la más presión que ya puedes, depende de la nota que quieres tocar, pero existe un camino. El agudo y el grave es lo mismo. Solamente es una cuestión de presión, la velocidad del aire. Y a veces, cuando tocamos agudo, algunos estudiantes están abiertando los ojos así. Los ojos no van a cambiar nada del agudo, solamente el aire. Entonces, tener la impresión de enviar la velocidad rápido y enviar la velocidad, el aire rápido, son dos cosas diferentes. ¿Ok? O sea, tener la impresión y no hacerlo, o hacerlo en realidad, ¿me entiendes? Entonces hay que la velocidad que sean muy rápido, mucho más que en el medio. Pero también el registro grave es muy importante porque eso estamos obligados a enviar mucho aire, pues que en el grave necesita mucho aire, ¿ok? Y este aire lo utilizamos en el agudo en presión, ¿me entiendes? Pero la capacidad o el volumen del aire es lo mismo, solamente la presión es diferente, ¿me entiendes? Y tampoco no existe mucho ejercicio para el agudo, solamente hacer flexibilidades y escalas, empezando del medio, del grave, pero ir hasta agudo, sin límite, sin parar a si bemol, por ejemplo. Hay que ir, cada día más. y también volver haciendo grave y después el agudo para relajar, ¿me entiendes? Eso es muy frágil los músculos, entonces hay que cuidarlos y ir agudo, pero el agudo no es lo más importante en la vida, ¿me entiendes? y, y bueno, no, hay que hacer todo, de agudo y de grave, todo es un package, no solo agudo, es el mismo camino del aire para todo, solamente lo usamos diferente. Para el grave más amplio, para el agudo más precio, ¿me entiendes? Pero el aire no cambia, o sea, la manera de tomar el aire no cambia, siempre lo mismo. Y bueno, no sé si tienes otra pregunta o los otros también sobre ese tema. Ese tema es tan importante, pero no hay que pensar demasiado tampoco. ¿O sea, ¿de dónde vienes tú?
Yo de Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, pura vida.
Sí.
Y
Sí,
bueno,
la otra pregunta que te tenía era, a la hora de tocar, me han dicho que más que todo uno debería expresar lo que siente en el momento, por decirlo, o hacer música más que todo. No que suene como un robot mecánico o cosas así, sino que sea música, música.
claro.
Eso, cómo uno llega a concentrarse o tener eso, o sea, para relajarse o para meterse tanto en la música que de sentir todo, ¿verdad?
Pues, sí, pues la música depende de cada uno. Cada uno sentamos en la música diferente porque somos tú, todo es diferente, país diferente, cultura diferente, pues, pero a veces algunos estilos, pues hay un camino o dos caminos, no tanto, porque, por ejemplo, si vas a analizar una partitura, si Mozart está escribiendo, componiendo algo, pues no hay 30 maneras de tocar tampoco Mozart, ¿me entiendes? Pues hay que analizar también la partitura de la orquesta o la partitura del piano, depende, pero hay una frase que diferente época, diferente estilo, hay que, o sea, tocar es algo, pero también la parte de teoría es también importante, saber cuándo nació el compositor, qué pasó en este periodo, ¿me entiendes? O sea, y después de tocar, o sea, no sé si cantas, pero cantar también ayuda para la música, porque cada uno casi cantamos musical. El más difícil es reproducir eso con el instrumento, ¿ok? Pero normalmente cuando cantamos una frase, no sé, no sé, pero tienes que hacerlo también la misma dirección en tu instrumento que tu voz, ¿me entiendes? Y para mí la música también es dirección musical. A veces hay estudiantes que están tocando, no sé, notas, pero no hay dirección musical, o sea, ¿me entiendes? Y también el aire ayuda a la dirección, ¿ok? No solamente dirección sin aire, pues todo es un package, ¿me entiendes? Pero el aire es el inicio de todo eso y hablar de música es la dirección. Es como, ya, no sé si caminaste en la calle sin saber dónde vas, el camino parece tanto largo, ¿me entiendes? Pero cuando vuelves, ya como conoces el punto B, ya te parece más rápido. No sé si te pasó así. Y eso la música también. Si tocas y no sabes dónde vas, pues parece como, no sé, nunca vas a terminar. Y el público dice, "Ah", y sale el teléfono y ya no más, ¿me entiendes? Pero si ya sabes dónde vas, ya pues el público o el jurado puede viajar contigo, ¿me entiendes? Y bueno, si no es el bueno camino musical, tu profesor o un maestro va a decirte, pues hablamos porque ya la música puede ser en este camino, no es, pues discutamos, hablamos, ¿me entiendes? Pero hay que proponer siempre algo. La música no es nota, forte, piano y ligado, no es eso. Todo es escrito, entonces todo el mundo puede leer eso, pero la música no es escrito, entonces hay que proponer. Y si es el buen camino, pues vas a ganar. Si no, pues tu maestro está contigo para hablar de eso, ¿me entiendes? ¿De qué tocas?
¿Perdón?
¿De qué tocas instrumento?
Ah, el bon.
Demonio, claro.
Sí,
El instrumento el más bello del mundo, ¿no?
exacto. Solo una más, bueno, más que todo eso es para todos los, ya como maestros, profesores que ya han tocado ya con grandes cantidades de gente. ¿Cómo hacen a la hora? Es que yo veo que tocan tan tranquilos, o sea, mucha gente, puede haber miles de gente, o cientos, y, o sea, tocan como si no hubiera nadie, más que todo. O sea, ¿cómo se concentran para hacer eso?
¿Cómo, disculpa, ¿me hablas de cómo tocar así fácil, sin relajado y todo eso? ¿O no sé, no sé.
Bueno, a la hora de estar con tanta gente y que no te dé pánico escénico, más que todo.
No entiendo, no sé si la conexión... ¿Ya entendiste, Luca? O...
Hey, ¿cómo decirlo? Cuando uno está en el escenario y tienes a toda esa gente viéndote, ¿cómo no haces para ponerte nervioso?
Ah, ya entiendo.
Sí,
Eso es con la experiencia también, pero depende de la confianza en su mismo. O sea, cuando entras en el escenario y dices, "Ah, no quiero, van a juzgarme, no sé, no. Si ya tienes miedo entrando en el escenario, ya el pánico va a ganar y tú vas a perder, siempre. O sea, hay que también, la preparación instrumental es muy importante, pero la preparación mental también hace parte de nuestro trabajo, ¿me entiendes? Cuando toca de solista, en la orquesta, todo eso, hay que hacer una preparación mental porque tú sabes que va a tener 1500 o 500 personas en la sala, ¿me entiendes? Entonces hay que prepararse a eso antes y cuando practicas también saber que en ese concierto va a tener mucha gente escuchándote, ¿me entiendes? Y eso sí tienes una buena preparación, muy buena preparación, sabes dónde respirar, cómo respirar, si cambias de posición, dónde está la posición, ¿me entiendes? Saber todo, y que practicas todos los días así, pues normalmente vas a estar muy tranquilo aquí porque todos los días practicas en ese camino, ¿me entiendes? Sí, hay plaza para la casualidad, puedes ser seguro que la casualidad va a ganar, porque si estás mal preparado, pues vas a empezar a las preguntas llegando y ya termina, ya se acabó, porque no, hay que quedarse en su burbuja y bueno, confiar en su mismo. Ya estoy, yo por ejemplo, cuando gané Jeju, la competición de Corea del Sur, eh, me dije adentro de mí, me dije, eres el mejor, eres el mejor. No para decir que yo soy el mejor, no eso, pero eso me ayudaba a guardar la concentración y a enviar todo lo que practiqué 2, 3, 4 meses antes para ganar ese concurso, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, mentalmente estaba súper preparado. Si estás preparado aquí con tu instrumento, mentalmente será más fácil. Pero si practicas poco, pues durante el concierto estoy seguro que tendrás más estrés, más nerviosidad y todo eso. Entonces y también si hay jurado, no vas a entrar en el escenario pensando lo que pueden pensar de ti. Porque si piensas eso, obvio vas a decirte, están pensando que estoy malo. ¿Me entiendes? Negativo. No, solamente positivo. Enjoy, ¿ok? Disfrutar la música es algo mágico, no es algo, no así, porque vas a bloquearte, no, es algo, la música es para disfrutar, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, nunca vamos a juzgar, muy malo, no, él no, disfrutamos y tú tienes que cambiar en 15 minutos lo que practicaste durante 3 meses, pero la preparación musical es la más importante. Si tienes eso, el estrés será menos. Obvio, todo el mundo tiene estrés. Yo tengo estrés, pero el buen estrés te ayuda. El malo estrés te mata. ¿Entiendes? Entonces hay que prepararse musicalmente, técnicamente y mentalmente viene de eso. ¿Me entiendes?
Pues sí, en realidad muchas gracias. Ya eso era.
Muchas gracias por preguntar. No sé si los otros entendieron también mi español con el acento francés. Ah, bueno. Entonces, no sé si hay tiempo para otra pregunta o si, o si todo se terminó. Maximiliano, Iván, no sé si tienen otra pregunta sobre, no sé, un sujeto en particular.
No, pues mis preguntas iban más hacia el aparato dental, cómo tocar con eso, porque
Ujú.
pues, o sea, yo sí intento, o sea, siempre como siempre hago ejercicios, pues sí me di cuenta que al momento de hacer ejercicios de respiración, pues sí no hay dificultades, pero más al momento de vibrar los labios, ahí sí es donde se me presenta la dificultad.
Eso sí, es normal porque con tu, no sé cómo se dice en español eso,
Brackets,
bracket,
bracket.
no sabía eso. Con tu bracket, obvio, eso no ayuda y pues te duele porque, pero más importante es no forzar y enviar aire y para tocar agudo, enviar presión, sin forzar. Si apoyas demasiado, obvio te duele y te puede cortar también los labios. Entonces ¿cuándo vas a retirar eso?
Hasta dentro de un año y medio.
Pues paciencia, un año y medio ya vas a poder tocar normal y pues pero en este periodo pues sigue practicando, no tanto agudo, sino te va a doler, pero sigue practicando y pues un año y medio ya tú sabes que ya el tiempo pasa muy rápido, entonces ya es casi mañana, entonces ya sigue practicando y ya vas a ver que pronto vas a poder tocar todo.
Listo, gracias. Sí, yo, hay que ser paciente, sí.
Exacto. ¿Tú de dónde vienes tú?
De Colombia.
Oh, Colombia. Qué bien. Chévere. Ya, muchas gracias. Grazie mille.
Grazie mille, merci
Muchas
beaucoup,
gracias.
Bastian. Uh, we keep in touch to set a very wonderful euphonium team for the next year.
Thank
And
you for
thank
being
you,
here.
thank you very much for your help to get euphoniums.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Gracias, gracias, Bastien.
Ciao,
Muchas
Bastian.
gracias.
Ciao.
Fantástico,
Nos
chao.
vemos.
Muchas gracias, chao.
Ciao, ciao.
Chao, chao.
So we are back in the studio again. And,
Okay, and we keep
now
going with the
have-
We have a sponsor first, no?
We have a sponsor? We have a sponsor.
We have a sponsor.
So we have a sponsor.
Yes.
So pay us. Hello, Sergio.
Sergio.
How are you?
Hello. Very fine, thank you.
Fantastic look. I wish I would have the same look. Fantastico. How are you? Everything's okay? You are in Portugal? You are in Portugal?
Yeah, it's cool. It's okay. It's,
very
life
good.
is coming back slowly by slowly.
Good.
Okay,
So,
fantastic.
you have any topics that you want to present today?
Well, I think I've sent this paper, so it's.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot it.
So it's just about creativity and musical scope.
Good.
That's the point. It's how to be a modern musician in these modern days. What I believe that people should be aware and to survive in this jungle.
In this jungle. Okay, so let's make it easy. Not jungle, but these fields. Please, Sergio, enjoy your masterclass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are online.
Yes, you are online. You can start your masterclass.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for students or participants to put some questions.
Okay, so please, students, if you want to ask Maestro Carolino questions, write it in the chat so we can all understand and maybe ask the Maestro and interact. Please, the students, if you can open the microphone to have a direct contact with the Maestro Carolino. Open your microphone. Lo puoi fare anche te? No. So, Sergio, you are the host, and they're telling me from the TV studio that you might, or the student directly, or you should open the microphone, or another chance is that came right. They came right. Okay, we have questions.
Yeah.
Who inspired you to play jazz tuba? Who inspired you to play jazz tuba?
Well, there is a couple jazz tuba players who inspire me, of course, and I can say that the most significant players. It's Kurt Joseph, who is the sousaphone player from the famous Dirty Dozen brass band. It's a brass band from New Orleans, which I've learned to imitate his bass lines. It sounded like an electric bass on the sousaphone, so that's one of the first guys I listen and I get very inspired. And then there is Bob Stewart, which is a more modern style of tuba playing, post-bop, which he makes this kind of bass line, which I enjoy very much, and I develop a little bit of my playing by listening many hours of his recordings. So it's kind of a slap bass and kind of this kind of technique, which is kind of fun. It's always try to imitate electric or double bass. And then there is Sam Pilefian, of course, which was an amazing and modern player who could play many styles of music. So I can say he is one of my biggest inspirations as a musical scope and creativity. And I think we should all look to listen Sam Pilefian, not only from the Empire Brass, but he has so many things done. So I think students and everybody who is much in the musical world should look for this amazing artist. Unfortunately, he died last year, but he has an enormous career and he left a lot of material so that we can learn from his playing, from his talking. He was an amazing player. And then there is also an amazing virtuoso player, which I love very much, Aaron Johnson. He's getting very old, but he was one of the first tuba players to start to play and get inside of the bebop scene in New York, which was not obvious with the tuba. So he needed to be very strong, and it was not easy for him. So he opened some doors for young tuba players. Our life now is much more easier because of all these guys. So I think now we have much more possibilities, and of course now we have so many young players doing so many different projects. So it's a new age compared to 40 or 50 years ago when they started. So it's much more easy now.
Thank you very much. And now we have the second question is, hello, Maestro Sergio. What is your opinion on mental growth and personal growth?
Well, it's make part of my life philosophy. In fact, you cannot be able to communicate, to talk, send a concrete message through any instrument if you don't have a clear idea and a knowledge about many contents. It's very important to develop a good knowledge about many things, not only music. Music is just one thing. So through the music we can talk, and we can say our talks. We can express our feelings. So this is just a tool to express and to talk with other people. So I think it's very important. The personal growth, it's very individual, of course, and we are always learning every day. So we are always trying to get a little bit better every day and learning from everything that happens in our life. So I believe we should be always listening to our mind and to the signs of our body, because it's the body. It's a great machine. It's very well done. In fact, we are very sensitive, but it's also very strong. So I believe our body and our mind are always sending message and signs. So we should be aware of these signs and try to understand them. Sometimes it can be difficult, but it takes a while. But I think it's very important to develop a very good state of mind, a very good concept to be in life. For example, I can give an example. I never create expectations about anything, because expectations only brings anxiety and stress, and then you are never happy because you are thinking too much. So I'll always go just normal. Of course, we can create a little bit expectation, but never too serious. Just go, make your best, be prepared the best you can, and let's see what's happened. So anyway, if you create an expectation, then if the things they don't go as you think, well, you can be very frustrated and very negative with yourself. So I don't recommend this kind of talk. So expectations, it's the hand. So.
Now we have another one from Edgar. You can tell one exercise to do the slap sound with the tuba.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not this. I think I'm not the correct guy to talk about that. I learn most of the things by myself, by trying many things. So maybe just try to imitate. Just try to spend some time with the instrument and try to find your own way to make it sound. For me, slap it can be do with the tongue, stop tongue. It can be do with the sending the air very fast. It can be do in many ways. Maybe. well, this is that's not really a clear explanation, and in fact, that's not the point to have explanations about this mechanic stuff. I believe also when you start to be too much analytical, you get paralyzed. So don't think too much. Just find your own way. It's very personal, and try to imitate. I think is the best process to learn is the imitation. So I believe this is the key. Always try to listen, try to understand, and imitate. Copy paste until you start to create your own style. This is my recommendation.
It's still Jose. Hello, master. Do you? No, I can't read it. If you could.
Oh yeah.
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 You got it?
Yeah. It's to master the resistor in the high, and the embouchure in the air. Well, it's too many things. It's the same I was said before. You cannot think. I believe you cannot think about all these things. Embouchure and the air and the high resistor. That's not the point. The point is to make music. It's to have a concrete speech, a concrete message that you want to send through the instrument. Then if the brain knows exactly what you want, I'm sure you will find a way to do that. It's like walking. You are not giving any order to your legs to move. It's automatic. Of course, the brain is sending the information, but you are doing something else. Maybe you are walking and talking at the same time and eating, and you keep walking and we keep breathing. So it should be the most natural possible. Don't think about this an embouchure. In fact, an embouchure with a huge mouthpiece from a tuba. Well, it's so big. This thing. It's not a. It can be here. It can be here. It can be anywhere. Doesn't matter. If the sound is in your brain, if you know exactly what you want, you will find a way. Maybe for someone it's going to be very easy, very quick. Some others take time. So don't think too much about this mechanic. I don't recommend anybody to think mechanical. This is or analytical. It's not my concept of making music. Maybe I'm not a good teacher to explain that, but that's the way I play, and I'm very honest with this. I don't get too much in that kind of stuff.
Well, another one from Jose. Hello, master. How you do increase speed on flexibility technique exercise?
Hello, Jose Jimenez. How are you, man? So, in fact, all these flexibility technical exercises, in fact, there is no exercise. It's only music. No exercise. Why exercise? Nobody wants to play exercises. There is only music. So when you do something to develop some flexibility, some technical, it's always something that you are playing music. So the word exercise should be avoided, to be completely delete this word exercise. This is very too mechanical. So I believe if you want to develop some flexibility, why not sing what you want? Well, something like that, which it seems difficult, but it's not. It's not, because it's the brain. The brain needs to listen and to hear really what's going on. So maybe you can start slower and then you can go faster, but think always about a phrase, about a melodic line. If you do this, it's always in the flow. So I'm not really thinking where is the air and the tongue or it's kind of things. It's not important, in fact. It's not so important.
Okay, regarding imitation, are there any jazz solos you would recommend to copy and practice to start with?
Well, yeah, for sure. There's so many great artists. So I would recommend Louis Armstrong for sure, Ella Fitzgerald, and then maybe buy all the recordings with the big Tommy Dorsey and Frank Sinatra, and try to understand this kind of phrasing, the phrasing, the way they speak, Frank Sinatra and Tommy Dorsey. Tommy Dorsey with the trombone, he could imitate the vibrato and the sound of Frank Sinatra. So this is very interesting. Try to imitate that. And there is also Wynton Marsalis, of course. That's a very nice phrasing, which I recommend. And Clifford Brown, an amazing trumpet player. And then you go to the saxophone zone. Then you have Joe Anderson, you have John Coltrane, Charlie Parker. Then, well, there is a bunch of musicians, mostly the wind players, and which I recommend really. Clark Terry, of course, it's fantastic. So there is a bunch of great artists that you can be inspired and spend a couple hours taking some solos and then try to play with them, try to understand the way that they make the sound happening in the instrument and the shape they can do in the phrasing. So this is, I think, is the best process to learn, and there is a lot of great artists.
Thank you. One more question. Maestro Sergio, greetings from Colombia. What do you recommend to improve the high register?
Oh yeah, it's again the same questions. Well, I believe people are very interested in my high ranger, but high resistor. But you know, I don't know in fact how. Well, like what I can say, if you want to improve your low resistor or your high resistor, you should play high notes and low notes. That's the only way. There is nothing more to talk about this. You want to play high, you play high. You want to play low, you play low. I think it's simple. Maybe I'm a very bad teacher, but that's what I do. So,
Sergio, I remember when I was asking Arnold Jacobs how to practice the high notes, and he said exactly the same. Start from the high notes and go up.
Yeah, the same. How are you going to run 10 kilometers? Well, start to run 10 kilometers every day. There is no other way. Well,
you are okay. You are a block down. Any recent book? Okay, bookworm. Any recent book you have read? Okay, in the lockdown, probably he wrote something. In the lockdown, did you read any book, interesting books, or something like that?
Oh yeah, many books, in fact, because that was the ideal to upgrade my book collection, and there is many interesting books, of course, and I also read old books. I just pick some old books to read again. There is a book that I love. It's by an Hungarian philosopher and thinker. It's Mrs. Mihaly has a very strange name. It's called Flow. Flow is, for me, changed my life, so I read that book many times, anytime as I can. There is also a very interesting book which I read and I discover during this quarantine time. So it's the Book of Spirits. It's a very interesting book by Allan Kardec. It's nothing to do with sorcery or talking with spirits. It's nothing about that. It's about understanding that we are all inside of the cosmos, and we are all energy. We are energy. So we are always connected to something. We are not alone, and we are connected, not only in Earth, but connected to the whole cosmos. So everything it's energy. So this is a very interesting book, which maybe it's a bit esoterical sometimes, but it's very interesting to read.
The question still from, okay, I can't read it so far. How do you prepare your mind and your body before a concert, audition, and warm up, etc.?
Okay, so well, before a concert, I usually don't play much. I stay alone. For example, it depends of the style of music. For example, if I'm going to play in the orchestra a Mahler symphony or a Bruckner, I like to be quiet at least 45 minutes before get into the stage. I'm alone. Just drink my coffee. I'm a coffee lover. I like good coffee. So drink my coffee, I have a book, I can read a bit, then I can stay quiet, just in a silence place, waiting to the time that I go to the stage, and then the party begins. And if I play jazz, it's different because it's always sound check, noise, or something. So I think with time, slowly by slowly, you get into that ritual. So you don't need really the same preparation. So it depends of the situation. It depends also of the time you have. Maybe you get late, so to the concert hall, and then you don't have time to stay alone. So you need to pick your instrument, mouthpiece, and you go to stage, put your clothes. So everything depends. So I think for everyone is different, and we all should try to understand ourselves a little bit better every day, so that we feel more comfortable, more confident. So it's very personal. Regarding the auditions, it depends of band or orchestra. Well, it's the same thing. I usually prepare the best I can, and I try to never create any expectation. I just go there and give my maximum and enjoy the moment. If things they don't go so well, it was a good experience. I'm sure everybody, when we learn a lot when things they don't go so good. So it's the moment where we can learn the most. So provide also those moments that are not so good, because they are very important. In fact, the warm up. The warm up is something that I also never talk, because I believe if you want to warm up with a piece of brass, it's not with the instrument. You can take a run, go to the swimming pool, and then you take a nice breakfast, and when you pick the instrument is to play music, it's not to warm up. Normally I say for fun, if you want to warm up a piece of brass, you put some alcohol, and then you put some fire, and that's it. That's warm for me. But you don't need that, of course. So just don't put too much information in your brain. Make it simple. Keep it simple.
Okay, there is Edgar that says, can you recommend any pedals, effects, and microphones?
Yeah, we go to the kind of world that is always coming with new pedals and new different and new microphones. I don't have the best which I use, because the best ones are very expensive. Maybe I will slowly but slowly try to buy that. I can recommend EIMT microphone, which is very good. It's a bit expensive. It's very good for the tuba, and you can have wireless or with a cable. And the pedals, you can have the Boss pedals, the small pedals for bass or guitar. It works on the tuba. And I also can recommend you the new Line 6 pedal line, which is the one only set with the six pedals inside of the same box, so you can have everything inside. And it takes some time to learn how to work with that, but it's very practical, because you bring to the stage, you only bring one thing. I'm learning with that. I'm not yet using it, but I think it's very, very nice. The brand is Line 6.
Another one, how do you keep motivated during the pandemic?
Well, that's for everybody. It's also different, but I try to have the most normal life every day. Wake up early morning, take a nice breakfast, read a bit, take a walk. I have a basset down, so I was walking with my dog. And then play a little bit, read a book after lunch, and then see a nice movie. Always doing something that was important. For example, recording yourself. Put always a microphone and record. I think it's very important. Always have a recording set. Everything. Or sometimes go to the forest and play, but bring always the recorder machine. It's very important.
Okay, this is a little longer, but okay. You play with the orchestra, present solo recital, and master classes worldwide. Organize one of the most important festivals in the known universe. Okay, I don't understand in the known universe, because probably there is in the universe there is many others. Okay, great, and yet you have time to record CDs and be very social. how you do organize yourself? That's a very good question. We are multitasking, you know?
Well, that it's the mind. The mind controls everything. So I don't spend many hours playing tuba. In fact, uh, that's something that I've learned from these last years. It's to spend time doing really what I need to do and be very efficacious, trying to be efficient. And so playing tuba, it's not a question of playing many hours a day. There is so many things that we can do during the day that they will improve our skills. And there is other stuff important that we should do to keep the brain healthy, the body and brain and the mind healthy. So I think this is a question of to have a good balance between things. And there's, of course, we slowly by slowly, we're going to learn to improve how to make it work, because it's not easy to record many seeds and then you need to edit and then the covers and then the orchestra and then you go play some jazz and then we have all this social media. We are always online. So it's at the same time, it's very challenging. At the same time, it's very boring. So we need to find a balance and be proactive in a good way. So that means everything connected with positive talks, positive energy, surround you with nice people and good people, of course, and always have good friends that you can share, that you can enjoy your time. And something that is very important is enjoy every minute. So what I do, in fact, is I'm totally in love with what I do. So being always doing so many things is not a problem, because everything I do, it's so fun, it's so good. I'm so happy. So if I don't do those things, I get very sad. Maybe I get sick. So I need to keep doing projects and keep moving.
Okay, there is another question. How do you get? No, probably you want to write. How we can get your book, new book?
Okay. Well, this book is published in Portugal in a label called Ava Musical Editions. So probably you can find on the internet, very easy, and it's a very cheap book to have. It's only written in English, so if you don't know English, you need to learn, which is a good tool also. It's good that you start to read and some English. It's good.
One more question. You always sound amazing at everything you do. You have and I open the bad practice day question mark, and how you deal with frustration and negativity.
Well, it's common. It happens to every human. After these bad days, it's very normal. It happens a lot, in fact. So I'm not doing. I don't do a big story about these bad days. It's I needed to learn to accept that and live with that, because the only thing you can do with those bad days or not so good, it's to see the positive side. There is always a positive side in everything. There is always a positive. Must be. For example, we are living in a very weird times now, but there is also lots of positive things happening. And of course, people, they don't talk about that. Look, we are here talking in this amazing festival. So this is fantastic. So there is fantastic things happening at the same time, and we are all together. We are seeing a festival, this Italian brass week, every day, masterclass. There is cocktails, there is food, there is I don't know, everything, every day. So what people want, well, we need to appreciate every moment and think less about the negative things and enjoy the good things going on. So that's an option we can have, and the bad days can turn in very productive days, in fact. So it's just accept. It's I think it's not only in the broadcast day or in the music. For example, people they are now in the society, this is so wild that people they get they don't have the courage to apologize, and this is very sad. I think we should apologize. We all make mistakes every day, and it's good when we assume the mistake and we just apologize. I'm sorry. I try, but it was not good. It's I'm sorry. This I'm sorry. We need more in our world. I'm sorry, and we need that. I'm sorry. It's nothing to be ashamed. It's good. I'm sorry. Next time I will do best. I will try to improve anything. So a bad day can be a very positive. Many things.
Sergio, I tell you something personal concerning to be positive. You know, all this pandemic situation probably make many people in kind of, you know, in depression. They didn't know what to do. They didn't have anything to think about it. But personally, I learned that, as you say, that I'm thanking the universe to be here, and in the pandemic time, I just set up a magic festival like this, and you know, and you need to have the creativity to change your. It's like a lizard, like a lucertola, you know, changing the skin. Changing the skin and said, okay, we are here stuck in a house, what I can do? So do something positive, practice, or read books, painting, photographs, watching movies, wherever. And I just, in 2 months, I set this festival up. So you need to find a spot to make something happen.
Yeah, it's to keep the focus. Keep the focus. It's very important. So people wake up. Don't get lazy. Don't lose one day, because that day, it's too late. Tomorrow, the day is already gone. So you lose one day of your days in life. So in the planet. So every minute, enjoy every minute. I don't think about tomorrow. I don't think about later, because I don't know if I die in the next minute. So I just enjoy. Of course, this is not so easy. I needed to learn how to do it. So learn to live the moment. It's very important, and then you're going to be much more happy and accept things as they are.
Sergio, I thank you with all my heart, and I will definitely make happen that we share a great glass of wine next year in Italy. You bring some good wine from Porto, and I put my Chianti, okay?
Okay.
Love you, man.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao, Sergio.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Thank you to all.
Ciao, ciao. God bless you. So we are back in the studio, and we have a magic sponsor. Our sponsor.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Hey,
Jens,
man!
finally! Hello!
How are you, Jens?
I'm so good, Luca. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
sure, perfect.
fantastic. And
Good.
thank you very much for the wonderful performance last night.
Thank you.
It was amazing. And I need to come to visit you. Because
Yes, it's very beautiful.
Yes, it's a lovely house, man.
It's California. Everybody has a big house here.
Yeah, everybody have a wonderful view.
Yeah.
So, Jens, I'm sure you will have an extraordinary masterclass, really spicy, and as you are as a man. So please introduce your masterclass and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Hello, can everybody hear me okay? I don't have everybody's picture, but if you have a picture, show me a thumbs up. Okay, let's see. I see Alejandro. Okay, everybody. Hey, there's one thumbs up. Okay. If you have cameras and you can turn them on, please let me see you, because it's always much more fun if I can see you. So let's begin with something super, super simple. What I want to talk about, first of all, I'm going to speak very slow English. I also speak German, so if somebody wants to speak in German, that's okay too. If you want to speak Italian, forget about it, can't do it. Espanol, so sorry, I only know how to say caliente, that's it. But what I want to talk about today, more importantly, because we only have about 25-30 minutes here, I want to talk to you students about the importance of fundamentals of being like one with your instrument And this begins with something very, very simple known as the mouthpiece and the trumpet. The way that you play the trumpet, the way you hold the trumpet should feel like you're always floating. That's the rule that I have. So what you don't want to do is start getting into a position where you grab the horn and you grip in and you play with tightness. Tightness and tension leads to a tense tone quality. And what you really want to do is make sure that when you're playing very, very easily with your body relaxed, okay? One of the things I start with is always the mouthpiece. And when I hold the mouthpiece, it floats in my hands. And I do a very, very simple warm-up. Remember, it's 6 in the morning here in Los Angeles. But these are some of the things I approach. So my first notes will just be buzzing, but no tongue, just air. Very, very easy. If you have your mouthpieces, just play that with me, okay? You hold it at the very end like this and make it feel like it floats in your hand. Sometimes I take my other hand and I conduct myself. So it's very smooth action. Breathing in. And always relax. Just make those sounds for me, okay? Good. And then I'm going to go down a semitone. Listen now. And then I would do this. Why don't you try that? 1, 2, 3, and. Always very smooth sound is what we're after, okay? And listen to it's like a glissando that I play down. I always follow the air and make it sound smooth. And then I go another semitone. Always very relaxed body, and then a decrescendo at the end of the bottom note. Okay, try that. 2, 3, and go. And glissando down. Crescendo. Now decrescendo, hold it as long as possible. This is very important. Okay? Now I'm going to demonstrate one more time and listen to how far I do the decrescendo. As soft as possible with control. That's where the real magic is. Try that note. 1, 2, bum, bum. Decrescendo. Hold it as long as you can. When you lose the note, just stop. Softer, 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 like a clarinet. Just like a clarinet. You know how clarinets can go super soft on their notes? I know. I hate clarinet players too. But they do good soft notes. All right. Then we'll go one more semitone, and then we're going to add the trumpet. Okay, try that as soft as possible. 1, 2, and 3, and go. Crescendo and glissando down to the bottom note. Hold as long as possible, okay? Very nice. And normally I'll go down maybe 5, 6 semitones for sure. Then the next thing I do is I attach the trumpet. Oh yes, my trumpet. It looks very cool, doesn't it? Aha, it's blue and has cool writing on the bell. It says Cancer Blows. It's a foundation I'm involved with my great friend Ryan Anthony, who started it. So I like to advertise the fact that cancer blows. It's terrible. And we blow away cancer with music. It's a very, very good cause. So now I go to the trumpet. Now this is a very, very important point. When I play the 2 half notes and I do the glissando down to a low C, it's very important that you try to feel the pop. Because on the mouthpiece you can go all the way down like a glissando on a trombone. With the trumpet, you could only go so far and then it pops to the lower note. That's what we want, okay? And then when you hit that lower note and it pops, then you do the decrescendo and control. So listen to what it sounds like. 2 half notes with the glissando popping down. very soft. You know why I can do that? Because I'm super famous. All right, you try that. 1, 2, 3, and go. 2 G's, and glissando down to a low C. Now, hold it and decrescendo, 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 decrescendo. As far as you can go. When you finish, just take the horn off. Good. Let's do 3 or 4 more of those so you understand that feeling. Remember, very important to feel the pop. When the note pops down to the bottom note, then you have, oh, look at that. I have trombone players in here. I didn't know this was everybody. I thought it was just trumpets. So I'll keep it really quick. Because trombone players, you can cheat, you can slide. It's not a good exercise for you. So I'll do 2 more for trumpets, and then we'll open it up to questions. Sorry for the trombone. That's Samantha, I think. Okay, but very important, trumpets. French horn can do this too, and tuba. Trombone, you're out of this exercise. Actually, you can do it too with the harmonics, okay? But it's very important that you feel that pop. The reason is because if it pops down, you keep your embouchure very firm. And that's very, very important to try to keep even corners. All right, listen again. As soft as you can go. Ready? 1, 2, concert E, and go. Good, Samantha. I see you not moving the trombone slide. That's very, very good. Bravi, bravi. Okay, then we'll do 2 more for trumpets. Always strive for very even sound. If you have even sound, then you have even control of your embouchure and the air. Okay, let's try that. That's concert E flat. 1, 2, and go. Half note and glissando down. That's decrescendo as far as you can go, as far as you can go, far as you can go. Now, let me put my little reading glasses on. Beautiful. Francisco, I see you. Francisco Rojas, is that right? Okay, because I can see you, I can also see your body. Now, I want all of you to be very, very careful. We're going to do 1 more. When you hold your trumpet or your trombone, don't reach forward. Bring the instrument back to you so you feel like you're floating. If you could see my chair, I'm sitting on a drum chair. Because it has no back and because I can move side to side like this. I always want to feel like I'm dancing, like I'm Latino, but I'm not. I'm Canadian, okay? But that's the feeling you always want to have. So Francisco and everybody, remember to bring the trumpet back to you so you're always floating, okay? Let's do 1 more. This is concert D. Float. Always relaxed elbows, relaxed body. Make your body feel very, very relaxed, okay? Excellent. And 1 final one, okay? This is the last one we're going to do. It's concert D flat. But normally I would go down all the way to the next 3 notes. We'll do 1 more for fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and go. Nice and relaxed. Easy, 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 easy. Good control. Francisco, thank you for relaxing your arms. Excellent, okay? And then normally I go all the way down right to the bottom notes. And sometimes in the bottom register it's a little bit fuzzy. But that's only because you haven't practiced it quite enough. With time, that will get better and better, okay? That's the first thing I do. And then the second thing I do is I do the exact same exercise, starting with mouthpiece, but I do it from the octave. So I go C, G, C. So it would sound like this. And I'll do it very quickly because we don't have a lot of time, but I just want to show you this fundamental exercise because it's a very good one to work on. It sounds like this. Half notes again. That decrescendo is very important. Let's all try that on our mouthpieces. That includes Samantha on that big bad trombone. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, and go. Up. And always hold the decrescendo. Now, even holding the mouthpiece, don't be tight. Relax, relax, relax. It's a tiny little thing. It wants to float in your hands. You want to hold the mouthpiece down here, not up here. When you hold it close, you push into your face, but when it holds down here, it floats. Okay, let's do one more. You see how relaxed I am, floating in my house in California at 6:30 in the morning? You do this too. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and go. Up. And decrescendo, hold that, hold it, control it, control it, control it, control it, control it. Okay, excellent. In the interests of time, I won't do any more of that except that we go all the way down, 7 notes to the chromatics, and then you would do the same thing on the trumpet, so we'll do it once or twice with trumpet, okay? It's like a speed warm-up right now, kids. All right. So same thing, when you attach the horn, glissando and then feel the pop of the next note, and then glissando and pop of the next note. Always with a firm embouchure. 1, 2, and 3, and go. Up. 3, 4. Excellent, excellent. One more of those, and then we're going to open it up to some questions. Relaxed and floating with your body. You're dancing with your instrument, okay? If you don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, it's okay. You have your horn. You can dance with the horn, all right? 1, 2, and 3, and go. Lots of control, 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 as soft as possible. It's very, very important to learn how to play soft on the instrument. When you can play soft with great control, then you have total control. Okay? And I don't do a lot more things than that. My very first things of the day are usually just a little bit of that kind of tone bending and some lyrical playing. Okay? And then what you really try to do is just get your body and your mind focused on what the task is at hand. There are so many things I could talk about. I need hours. I need days. I have to come to Italy and see you in person, maybe next year. But before we go on with anything else, I think it would be a lot more fun if you start to ask me some questions, because the title of this little masterclass was The Importance of Fundamentals for Everything. It was something like that. But that's because I have a theory, and I dare you to prove me wrong. There is not one single problem on a brass instrument, not one, that I can't answer with a very simple response. I promise you. Anything. All right? It's up to you. Anybody want to ask a question, please hit your unmute button. Put your hand up so I can see you, and then let's do a little back and forth. Go ahead. Who would like to start? Simone, I saw you touch your glasses. That's good enough for me. You're going to talk to me now. Simone De Meo. Do you have a mute button? Simone? Oh, you're on mute. You want to do sign language? That's okay too. Anybody else has a question? Can you unmute your phones, or does that have to happen from the host? Uh-oh, Luca, we got a problem. Nobody can talk to me. So you can all hear me, but I can't hear you. Is that right? Okay, I think that means yes. So nobody can talk back to me. Is that right? I just want to know for sure. If you can, put your hand up and talk. Okay? Doesn't look like you can. Oh, did I hear a voice?
I can talk.
Hey, Samantha. Okay.
My question is a little bit strange, but I would like to know if in the breathing we have to breathe by nose and mouth at the same time, or just by mouth?
Very, very good question. I'm a fan of breathing with the mouth, but also adding a little bit through the nose at the very end. Just a little. But the mouth is where we breathe the most effectively. What's very important with the breath, Samantha, and all of you, is that you drop the tongue in your mouth. The breath should sound like this. I want you to everybody do this. Put one hand on your throat and take this kind of a breath. Make this sound for me, please. I want you to go. Okay, go ahead, try that. You don't need your horn, just put your hand on your throat, make that sound. Okay, everybody feel that? Excellent. Now, let me tell you, that's a terrible breath. Don't ever do it again. Okay, let's do it 1 or 2 more times and then never in your life. Let's just do it a few more. You feel that? Okay, what do you feel in your throat? Anybody can describe what you feel when you take that breath? That word is tension. Tensione, I think. Is that Italian? Luca, it's close enough. Tension is the enemy. It's like Satan. It's the devil. If you have the enemy in your throat, the enemy comes out of your instrument. So, by making this breath, and let's do it one last time so you remember what it is and never do it again. Last time. Excellent. Good. Now it's out of your system. Now listen, children around the world. I'm going to teach you the proper way to take a breath, and the devil will leave your throats, okay? When you open your mouth in an oval shape like an egg, like a huevo, okay? And you drop your tongue, make this sound. Listen carefully. Do that for me. Can you make that sound? Now, put one hand on your throat and tell me, do you feel tension in your throat when you make that sound? I think the answer is no, correct? Nobody feels tension. Do you know why? Tension is the devil. We just took the devil and we threw him out. Threw him out of the house. Devil be gone. That's what we did. That's how you breathe every single time. So Samantha, the breath does come through the mouth, but sometimes if you have a little bit coming through the nose, that's okay. The problem is there's no way that you can take a fast, full breath through the nose as quickly as you can through your mouth. If you do a proper breath, I'm completely full and it goes that fast. Okay, if you do it through the nose, it takes longer. But by taking a little bit through the nose, it lightens up the head, kind of like if you're singing falsetto, okay? Hope that answers your question. Oh, I have a question from Sofia. Hello, Mastro. How to improve the, oh, look at this. There were all these questions happening. I missed them all. Okay. How to control the nervousness. That is a very good question. Who asked that? Sophia, put your hand up. I can't see you. Okay, I believe that you're out there, Sophia. Nervousness, that's a very, very good question to ask, okay? And then, Fabian, I will get to high notes for sure. Back to the first question about breathing through the nose. If I feel like I'm getting a little nervous on stage, which I don't because I'm super famous, I don't get afraid of anything. But if I was going to be afraid, I would take some breaths through the nose. You know how when you talk to somebody, let's say your favorite football team is doing really, really bad and you're watching it on TV. And when you're upset, just to calm down, sometimes we take breaths through the nose. It's very relaxing. You can do that on stage too. So before something is happening, if you feel the tension kicking in, then what you want to do is just take a few breaths through the nose, because it really calms down the brain and you get control over your nervousness, okay? It's very important to learn that little trick. Also, one other thing, kids, remember this. Please, please, please have a sense of humor when you play your instrument. Be sure to laugh at yourself. None of this is that serious. I mean, think about it. I do this. That's the stupidest sound in the world. And do you know how much money I get paid to make that sound? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to have a sense of humor and be able to laugh at yourself. That's another great, very, very important point about nervousness. Okay, let's talk about high notes very quickly. First of all, I don't like to think of high notes. I don't like to look up the page. This is a stupid thing to do, to say you look at music and you go up. It's kind of like thinking, like you're praying to God up there. That's crazy. Crazy, okay? High notes are not up, they are this direction. Forward, not this way. This way, okay? That's one very, very important thing to remember. When you play a scale, especially when you don't look at music, because your eyes, they go up and down, but that's stupid. Imagine if you play the piano, you're reading notes up and down, but your hands, they go sideways. There's no such thing as high and low, there's just this, okay? The other thing to remember, especially when working in the upper register, is to actually use less air. We don't blow harder, we blow less in the high range. So I also think not just that direction, but this direction. A lot of air, less. So when I'm playing the low notes, there's a lot of air going forward. When I go higher, it's closer to your body. This is a very, very important thing to think about. Also, you can imagine on the trumpet, don't think blowing past the bell. Think of blowing maybe to here for the low register, and the high register is around here, right up here. That's where all the action happens, okay? Hope that's a good tip and hope it helps. Let's see. What else do we have? I have a question. How do you prepare to an audition? First thing to remember when you have an audition or a competition, all the work that you do happens, of course, before the audition. So you have to plan very, very carefully, weeks and weeks in advance, and you have to have a plan when you're practicing. It's very, very important. When I practice, I use a timer on my phone, 5 minutes, and I count down. So I do one thing for 5 minutes, maybe just one arpeggio. Off my face. Off my face. Always relaxed, off the face, on the face, for 5 minutes. That doesn't sound like a very long time, but when you do it, you start to notice your brain can wander. If you can concentrate for 5 minutes, then you reset your timer, then do something different. Then when that goes, you do it again, 5 more minutes. Maybe you go back to the first thing, maybe you do a third thing. If you do that for 1 hour, let's say 5 sessions, 5 minutes, 12 times, that's 1 hour. That's going to be an incredible amount of focused work. That will really help you when you're preparing auditions. Also, kids, remember to work on the things that are difficult, that you can't do. Don't play all the easy stuff. You have to really isolate problems, okay? Let me think here. Anybody want to ask a question with a microphone? I have no more questions on the computer, but somebody want to ask one in person?
Maestro, now I have a question.
Yes.
How to reduce the language tension on the talking, single talking?
How to reduce the tension on tonguing? Tonguing,
Yes.
is that right? Okay, first thing we want to remember about tonguing. Tonguing is based on rhythm. You don't think of the tongue going one note at a time. You have to have a rhythmic pulse. And the faster you go with the tongue, the further apart the pulse is, okay? So if I'm tonguing, I'll give you an example. Like, so my tongue follows the pulse, the beats. And when we're going faster, we have to put the beats further apart because the tongue has to follow all of those beats. And that can only happen if you understand rhythm, where the time is. Remember, rhythm is just a fancy musical term for coordination. You know, like jugglers that could take 3 balls and stand on the street and juggle. They're coordinating. The tongue and rhythm is exactly the same thing, so we have to learn to coordinate. So that's one thing to remember. Another very good exercise, I know we only have a couple of minutes, a very good exercise to train yourself the control of the tongue in your mind. If you do 16th notes, and repeat the measure. So what I'm going to do is I'll do 16th notes for one bar, but I'm only going to accent the first note. Then I'll repeat it and I accent the third note, repeat, accent the second note, repeat, accent the fourth note. It sounds complicated, but listen, it's not really. And the metronome is just going this slow. But if you can do that, you start to control your tongue and you dictate, you feel the bigger pulse, and you can start to control how your tongue works. So the soft notes are always soft and the accent are the same ones. Simple exercises, but rhythm is the way to figuring out how to make the tongue work, okay? Oh boy. And somebody asked quickly how to improve the glissando in that warm-up exercise. What you have to remember is the trumpet will fight against you, okay? The trombone won't, they can just slide. But the trumpet or the French horn or any brass instrument fights when you go against the physics. So what you have to remember is in the glissando, you have to crescendo through it. Until you have the pop. And then the pop, you stay stable, okay? That's one thing you can fix. We're running out of time, kids. I love you all. I want to be with you, but I can't. I'm stuck in California. But you know what I'm going to do? I want you to get your cameras ready because I'm going to show you something that only one person in the world can do, and it's me. That's what I'm telling you. Somebody asked about high notes. I'm going to show you high notes, kids. I'm going to play a double high G for 20 seconds at 7 o'clock in the morning in California. Think I can't do it? Oh yeah, I can. Are you ready? Record it. Get your phones, hold them right up, and listen to this. 7 in the morning. Woo! 25 seconds because I was feeling really lucky today. Listen, you already know by now that I'm totally crazy, but I'm crazy about music. I'm crazy about teaching kids how to have fun with their instruments, and I'm so glad that you all signed on here for Italian Brass Week. I know it's a crazy time in the world, but everybody is going through it, so we have to support each other with our belief that what we're doing on our instruments is really fun, and most importantly, we want to be able to share that with people down the road and make them feel good. You have a great gift as young musicians, especially right now because it's very difficult to have concerts. So I encourage all of you, have a great time practicing. Thank you so much, and I really hope, with some luck, I can be in Italy next year if these crazy times are over. I would love to come back. My special thanks in particular to my good friend Luca BENUCCI. You think I'm crazy? He's even crazier. It's a beautiful thing. That's why I love that man, okay? All right. Thanks,
Yes,
everybody.
Thank
Yes.
you. I love you, man. I love you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day, and we'll do this another time in person. I look forward to meeting you. Okay.
Ciao, Jens.
Okay,
Thank you very
danke
much.
Jens.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Vielen lieben Dank. Tschüss, ciao.
Gerne geschenkt. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao,
Okay,
ciao.
bye-bye.
Che dici? Sì.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
I was born in Tuscany, in a countryside, and I grew up in a family of artists. So I started working with ceramics very early. Firstly as a painter and then as interior decorator. But when I realized the expressive and the creative power of clay, I completely fell in love.
My inspiration comes from the natural world because I really interest to the strong relationship that exists between man and nature. I work both in the construction of small sculptures, but I prefer to build objects that you can hold in your hands, as cups, plates and teapots. For me, art must be something to touch and live in everyday life.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro BENUCCI's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro BENUCCI's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
A DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
the studio, and now we have one of my heroes, and Mr. Alain Trudel.
Hi.
Hey, ciao.
Hi, Alan.
Ciao.
Finally.
How's it going?
It's going
Finally,
very,
I know.
It's going very well now.
Finally, it worked. How's it going?
Very well, very well. It's a very intense week, Alain. And
I know. I've been watching. It's fantastic. I've been watching the class and learning a lot.
So, hopefully, I really miss you very much. Really miss you very much.
Yeah, me too.
And
I know.
hopefully we will have the time to drink some good wine. And I was explaining to Tanya that when you are in the festival, even if there is a problem, you are adjusting everything. You are the mellow man finding the solutions. So last year we miss you very much, but we had no problems, but we miss you in any case.
No, okay. Should I just go ahead and start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Enjoy.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I thought of dividing this in 3 parts because it's very short class. So I'll talk a little bit about my experience because it's a little particular. I worked a lot and everything was going very well, and I do a lot of conducting as well. But at a certain point, I was very sick and I had to stop playing for 4 years. So I thought my playing days were over, and I said, well, I had a pretty good run. I had played around the world, made many records, and I thought, well, that's it. And then after I missed it a lot, I started playing just for fun with Ebersol's at home and just playing some jazz and things like that. And then I thought, that it's funny because I don't know if you know Pinka Zuckerman, great violinist. He booked me to play a Jacques Cassou concerto, the concerto written for me back in the day in my prime. And he didn't know that I wasn't playing, and I was the kind of on the staff conductor of the National Symphony, and he was the music director there, so I couldn't say no. So I had like 6 weeks to prepare to come back from all this time. I'd been playing 5-10 minutes a day for the 3-4 months before, just for fun. But just to prepare to play concerto with an orchestra, I conduct all the time. You know how it is. It's an orchestra you conduct. They don't play out of tune, don't miss too many things because, you might know it. Mind you, they're very nice people in that orchestra, so that's not so much a problem. But, inside of you have the pressure a little bit. So I thought, okay, how am I going to do this? So it got me thinking, it's like I got a chance to start again, but with all the experience I had and with all the tools I had. So I was able to do something very good for that time. Now I wouldn't qualify as very good, but it was good for what was needed then. I had 25 minutes of chops, not 26. And then after that, I continued. But I started to try to find ways of saying, what can you, first of all, why should you play? And what do you need to do just to be able to be a healthy player? Because when you stop for that many years, it's like if you stop completely. So it was interesting. So I thought maybe I would go through things that I do for that part. And then we can have a part where we do more extended techniques. And then I'll leave a long part for questions because I like to do really basic exercise in my practice because that's what I noticed. If you've played before, if you know the repertoire a little bit or very well, you can always, if you're in good shape, you can play pretty much anything. It's about confidence. And if you want to be confident, if your bases are really the basics, like the airflow, the flexibility, and the articulations, those 3 things, if they are very sound, then after that, you feel you can do anything, really. So, and you have a lot of confidence. So there's no point in practicing a piece with a lot of scales if you don't practice scales. You shouldn't practice anything in a piece because it takes the magic away from the music. You practice everything you have to practice, scales, you practice everything, arpeggio, scale, like everything. And then when you get to the piece, they're all in them, so you don't need to spend enormous time doing that. And if you do too much technical, like this excerpt, like too much, then it becomes an exercise. It doesn't become a work of art anymore. So but I'm not saying you shouldn't practice, but you should do all those things in another setting. Like when I have something difficult in a piece, I use it I write a study that will make me practice that instead of pointing in the piece. So I'll do a little bit of some basic things that I do. I get the air going first. Tell me if it's too loud or if it's okay. Give me a thumbs up if it sounds good, okay? Is it okay? Yeah, okay, good. Okay. So first thing I do, I just get the air going and I stay as if I'm playing a long tone. So I'm going just that. So if I'm good, but I'm moving the slide. So I'm going. And I like very much to do many things in the same exercise. You see the end, I was trying to go like this until it becomes a little bit, or not. I mean, this was okay, but you bring it. And then no tongue on the first note, and just the same note. So you make sure, especially on trombone, we have a tendency to do this. When we get to the 5, 6, 7, it's physical a little bit. So we want to make sure that it's still straight, really straight, like that. So then I do on another partial. No problem. Sorry. I'll take the headphones off. Okay, I do this one. Same thing. Is it better for the sound? You can write me if it's okay. I'm playing a little softer and far away. So this is those things. You notice I start in the mid. That's one thing I noticed from stop playing for a long time. I used to be able, I'm still able to play very high, very low, but always start in the mid. I'm doing a very, very fast version of it, of course. The important thing after that, you have to blend each of the 3 categories together. So the airflow is going by doing, you do the airflow like that. And you want to move to flexibility. While you're moving the slide, it's some kind of flexibility. It's a glissando, but it can be qualified as some kind of flexibility. Then you do another step. It's very small steps, huh? So I'm trying to like almost bend them. If I be a valve player, I get just the pronunciation of the lip, but yeah, like this. Take the time when you change the partial, slowly, to make sure that it becomes something that's familiar. Because often we say things are difficult, but they're not difficult, they're unfamiliar. So if you don't familiarize yourself with each of the partials that you play, you will always find them difficult. They will be strangers to you. They have to be part of you. So just slowly. You know, all stuff you don't play on the concert stage. You just go. So I'm not changing my aperture too much. I'm moving a little bit inside. Yeah. I'm good. Then you go into flexibility. There's our friend Roger Bobo wrote an amazing book with it's kind of a, for me, it's testament a little bit of all the technique that he's been teaching for a long time. And there's some flexibility, there's some Clark, there's some stamp, sorry. I do a mix of many things. There's one exercise in there, which is, you can pick any exercise, but I'll pick one from him as a tribute to Roger. And you go down the partials like that, right? Just let me see if there's a comment. I don't see any comments, so I guess the sound is okay now. I hope so. Okay. What's very interesting for me, being from Montreal, I'm from America. Quebec is very European. Especially being Francophone, you have the 2 cultures, and that shows a lot in the articulation. So I practice slurs, very, very milky, very connected, like creamy, and then articulation that are super connected or bouncy. Yeah, a little bit more like you will hear some of my European colleagues play. mind you, they can play anything and any style, but you know, just as the typical DNA. I'll make an example. Connected. And then more with the diaphragm a little bit. For me, I need to be able to do both. It's very important. I learned the first one when I was in school, and all the excerpts that fit and with a sound that's a bit more like this, which is great. But I was I was a big fan of the European player like Michel Becken and play like that. His name will come up a lot. And just a little bouncy when playing like that. So that really influenced, it's like a touch on my American school of playing a little bit. So I was very lucky, because being from a Francophone heritage in an American continent, that was very good for that. Same thing when you practice. Now, flexibility, there's some stretch to that. You can do, I don't know if you know this book, I'm going to look at the students, not yes or no. Do you know the book Trombonisms? It's by Bill Watrous and Alan Raff. I'm trying to see, okay. Well, it's about extended techniques, but it also talks a lot about playing against the grain. You know what I mean against the grain? Different partials, so you go like this. You see what I'm playing against the partials. And that's very important to have your embouchure, your aperture, and especially the embouchure around like this, to be able to sustain it and to make sure your two lips buzz. Because I had a big problem when I was a student. I only had the upper lip that buzzed, so I wanted to make sure that I was getting this both lips to buzz. Then when on the job, right? So you learn phrasing on the job. So for me, it was quite important to, music was always number one. So if I'm feeling that a phrase has to go somewhere, it's gonna cost me something, I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna go like, I'm gonna like on the spot, yes. But in the practice, that's why you have to practice so much good basic technique, because at some point, you're gonna need 3 more notes than what you're ready to have, and to bring you there, if you have good basic technique, then you will be quite fresh at that moment. And if it costs you a little something, then it won't be so bad. You won't be like burned for the rest. Because if you do a phrase, I don't know, if you do what's a good phrase? It's a long phrase. If you play that, you have to find the center, you have to push it, and you have to see the arc. In your mind, if you see the arc of the phrase, and that comes from studying, of course, the harmony, the thematic material. I mean, it's all things that have nothing to do with trombone. So if you practice 3 to 4 hours a day, you can still do 10 hours of the rest. It won't waste your chops, right? So you keep studying scores and keep studying, the structure of the pieces you have to play. But if you're doing that, then it's important. But you really need to be able, for me, I'm an advocate of buzzing. If you can buzz it, you can play. Of course, if you just do buzzing like really tight and your neck is like this, it doesn't work. You saw the beginning of my mouth, my warm-up. I didn't talk about buzzing, but just the center. I think some of that comes from that. Practicing a lot against the grain helps flexibility. At the beginning, it's a little difficult. I'll tell you, there's a wonderful book by Gilles Senon, and it has some amazing exercise. Gilles Senon, I'll try to find it here. My book is very old. I'll just show you the first page. 23 exercise. That's page 1 and 2. And you'll see what I mean. So you have to navigate like this. Flexibility, but with full air. Not flexibility by less air, more air. Always full, but moving. It's a big difference. If you do, then it doesn't sound good. If you do this, it sounds great. So if I go, so there's a lot of against the grain playing in it. We didn't really see the slide, and I gliss a lot. And I make my own thing with it. But then you have exercise that go, I think it's number 12. Things like that. You practice those. At the beginning, it's going to be clack, 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 but you have to smooth them. But smooth them by the air moving. Your air has to be flexible. You know? If we have a minute after, I give you a trill exercise, but I think we're might run out of time. Does somebody else have a question? No? Then I'll give you my trill exercise. Okay. I know we have to finish soon, but we started a little late. Hopefully I can do a little bit over. But my trill exercise is you play a note like a Refa. Then you bring it, you lift, you bend, sorry, the high note. So it's just with your lips. It doesn't sound amazing like that, but when you need it after, you have the flexibility within the flexibility. So it's not just playing. You could actually, you know, you wouldn't need to move anything. So when you go fast and you need to do a trill, if you do a, you hear the note dee-da-dee-da, not dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. Because even if we're trombone players, a trill is still a tone or a semitone. A trill is not a third, right? Lucas, are we out of time? Are we okay? I think we're still okay. Until they tell me we're done, then we're okay. Hello. Do we have another question before we finish? I think it's pretty good. So I didn't want to... Oh, you have another one? Okay.
Me again. The way you blow the, I don't know, high trombone alto,
yeah, is
different to the tenor trombone?
Yeah, completely. So it's like another instrument. Yeah. You have to, the air has to, a lot of speed, you know? You have to play... 3 tips to play Leopold Mozart. Okay, so well, it's the same question. It's about the alto. It's in a, I think it's in a box or something. I haven't played it for a while. Just let me see if I can get it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll play a little bit for you. I probably won't sound that great because I haven't played it for many months. Many months. But I play a little bit for you. So yeah. So if you try to sound too much like a tenor, you're gonna be off. You have to ding, ding, ding. All the rebound that you do into the articulation. More ding, ding, ding. So if I go. So a lot ding, 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 ding. But the airs to follow through, it's never short. That's the big thing. And if you can listen to a lot of Maurice André, it will teach you even more than what any teacher can teach you. Just listen to Maurice André a lot. He has the perfect ding to it. If you play. You know, just play like that. Ding, 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 ding. It has to bounce. A lot of air, but you bounce on the air. It's like you bounce on a mattress. You don't bounce on the floor. So you need to, it's like 2 sets of air going, stable air and air that bounces over it. Sometimes we just do air that bounces on nothing. You have to bounce air over air. It's like a cushion on a bed, you know? It has to so anyway, that's for the altos, that plus a lot of pronunciation, more E, ding, 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 because you don't want the high range to sound with a lot of wind. Yes, you go. It goes from E to. Don't be scared of going to that range when it's very high. You know, so it's all about pronunciation. I, And being francophone and anglophone, not anglophone, but being anglophone culture, when I go to the States, you see the big difference. They play with a lot of ah, which makes a beautiful sound. And then I can play with a little bit of ah and ia, like a bonjour, comment ça va, you know, not so. It's a mix of that. Mind you, the people where I'm from, they speak with a lot of ah, which is great too, because you have all these different kinds of the vowels. The vowels, sometimes we mistake aperture for vowels. Aperture, don't mess with the aperture. Vowels, you can experiment with your vowels. Aperture just stays clean. If you need to do a bit of Caruso, get a good teacher and do Caruso to stay. If your aperture is, if you're all over the place. But I'm not going to start an online class talking about Caruso with 1 minute left. You know? So I think I went through my time, Luca. Are we done? Or can I go on? Or is it,
No, you still have 3 minutes. Enjoy.
Well,
enjoy.
Okay. So, did we have another question online?
Sorry, Alain.
Yeah, we're done?
No, just I ran out of the theater because the internet in the studio went down, but your Zoom was okay. Oh. Yeah, so now...
my thing was okay?
Everything's
Good.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so since we started a bit late, are we done now, or can I go on, or what's the time?
Keep going. We enjoy very much.
Okay, so you have a chance for questions. Don't wait until the class is over and write to me. So I see there's Daniele here. Maybe you have a question, Daniele.
Yeah, Maestro. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how do you prepare for a concert or recital, whatever it is? Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you. The big thing is you have to mute yourself. The big thing is that you have to prepare mentally, right? If you play recital, if you play in the orchestra, it's all different. It's a different job. It's a different person. You have to, it's like you're an actor and you play different roles. And sometimes you play in the theater, sometimes you play in the movies. You know, you don't play the same way. If you play recital, a very intimate setting, you're going to practice playing kind of a bit more compact and playing in a way that is very intimate. If you play in the orchestra, you have to make sure that your sound has space enough for other people to blend with and you to blend with other people. So you can't play the same sound that you can do. You can do everything. You just need to, it's again about the vowels a lot. Now, there's many things. You need to, at some point, when you know your repertoire, you need to play it without stopping. So that's basic exercise. For example, let's say that I have 3 weeks to prepare for a recital. I will spend 2 weeks just doing basics, not touching the repertoire because I know the repertoire. But let's say you extrapolate to what you have to do. So let's say you don't know the repertoire that well. It's still like a proportion of 2 to 1, you know, or 60%, 65, 66%, whatever, something like that of basic technique, just to make sure that you're solid. Because remember, the more solid you are in your technique, the more vocabulary you have musically. So technique is not outside of music, right? Then you bring your vocabulary to the piece, you know. But if you practice your vocabulary in the piece, imagine you're doing a Shakespeare and you're going to the E or that doesn't work, right? Practice your letters, your vocabulary, and then bring them to the stage, bring them to what you have to do. Once you can do that, you're in good shape, you're nearing the end, you have to start playing without stopping it. Because that's a big thing, especially in brass players, they mess up, they start again, or they do a bit, they start again. In the concert, then everybody's shocked, like, I made a mistake and I was so nervous after. Well, yeah, you never continued after you made a mistake in your practice, you know? So you have to do something that will feel very, how could I say? So something that you know already when you go on the stage. So if you do, you need to do run-throughs. You need to, you know, that those little things. I do things every Friday on the internet. I've posted little things during the COVID, and when I did the recital, I sent like 4 or 5 of them to you guys. Those things you play, but you can't stop because there's no editing on that program. So if you do 8 parts, it's 8 times 5 minutes or whatever it is. You cannot stop. That's good practice. You don't need to publish them if you think they're not good, but it's good practice because somebody else is deciding for you. The metronome is deciding for you. The click track, tack, tack. Oh boy, I have to play from beginning to end, right? But at some point you have to do that because at the beginning you might feel pressure, but eventually the pressure will go away and you dig into the music, and the music will always save. Whenever there's something wrong with your chops, the music will always save you. I mean, I don't have particularly good, like the lips, the muscle, the thing. It's not amazing. I'm 5'10". I'm a regular guy. I don't have an incredible capacity, but I'm bright, and I actually, the music is so important that I know at some point it will take me, instead of being 15% less good, I'm going to be 15, 25% better, because it's time. It's the music. It's showtime. It's fun. That's what you live for, you know? That's your goal, is to bring music and beauty in the world, and we need that right now. Right now, a lot of people that are not musicians that come to concert, that will start coming back to concert, they don't want to hear how fast you can play. I mean, yes, maybe a little bit, but they want to hear something that will make them feel like there's a normality in life, that there's still humanity in life, and that's your job, to bring humanity as a musician, and that's tough. But for that, you need studying, you need knowledge. If you don't have knowledge of harmony, knowledge of score, you know.
Alain?
You need to have that knowledge. Yeah.
Alain, so
yes, sir.
I want to thank you very much for your energy and always the sympathy and the virtuosity, and I really miss you as a man, as a musician. And you know who is next after you?
No, who is it?
Our man, Dale Clevenger.
Oh yeah!
So,
oh man, you want to learn how to play. You listen to his records with the Chicago Symphony.
Exactly. So
music number one.
I really appreciate very much, Alain, for your contribute with your videos and music making suggestion to the students. And merci beaucoup, mon ami.
Merci. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you
ciao,
so much.
bello. Ciao, ciao,
So
ciao.
much, Alan. Bye, bye. Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, we have a contribute.
So, now from the studio, we have a contribute.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass for since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result, from the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe. Elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
in Tuscany, in a countryside, and I grew up in a family of artists. So I started working with ceramics very early. Firstly as a painter and then as interior decorator. But when I realized the expressive and the creative power of clay, I completely fell in love.
My inspiration comes from the natural world because I really interest to the strong relationship that exists between man and nature. I work both in the construction of small sculptures, but I prefer to build objects that you can hold in your hands, as cups, plates and teapots. For me, art must be something to touch and live in everyday life.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We are back in the studio. I just spoke for about 15 minutes with Dale Clevenger that unluckily the Zoom locked up, closed the account of Mr. Clevenger. So now there is two champs, and I have a good idea. We will replace Dale Clevenger in the next 2 days. Okay, because time is running and is only it's 5 minutes to the end of the master class. But for the next 5 minutes, I ask per cortesia andate su Chicago Symphony. Scrivete. I would like that you listen one of his main solo, Chicago Symphony. Mahler 5. Third tempo. You know the solo? Anna, we can talk. Can you open your microphones? So at least you can talk to me. I can't see anybody down there, but I'm sure you can ask me, okay? Mahler con M-A-H-L-E-R, 5, Dale Clevenger. Okay, I have been studying with Dale. In the 87, I was his student in Northwestern University. And since that moment, it's okay. Okay, now we play Mahler 5 for you from YouTube, and then we talk about this Mahler 5. Enjoy. Bye. So, this is what inspired me very much to go and study with Dale Clevenger. His unique way of playing, not only Mahler, every single details, every single repertoire, and I'm very sorry we couldn't make, but I would like to have an idea, and you can ask me questions, and definitely we will reschedule Dale Clevenger, because first is our honorary president, Italian Brass Week honorary president. Okay, I would say, first is like my father, and this is more important than anything else. He's my best friend. And of course, he's also honorary president of the festival, and I think you all kids and students and amateurs of the horn, you should have at least this masterclass with him just to have an idea. He's really strong and emotional, lots of energy, and he loves the music more than anything else. And I think if you mi potete aprire per cortesia le Zoom room? I want to see the people in face. And if you, yeah, thank you very much. Now, if you have any question, we have 5 minutes. You can ask me about him, but I promise I will reschedule his masterclass before the end of the festival. And maybe we can have a party with him too. So if you have any question, I know him since 30 years. Do you have any question about? Hello? Any questions? You can talk. Okay, Dale is here. Okay, Dale is connecting.
Thank you.
Here we are. Here we are. Dale.
Okay, ciao, baby.
Ciao, baby. How you doing?
Frustrated. But I'm okay.
Good. So, you have about, okay, we try to reschedule your masterclass. Now you have the equipment that you know how to do it. I mean, at least you have Robert that can help you out, okay? We will try.
Robert, yeah.
We will try to reschedule your masterclass tomorrow night, okay? We have a space, and we will send you the new link.
Okay.
We will send also to the old students. But now, I think you have about 10-15 minutes just to say hello. We was playing Malify with Barenboim before you enter. Yeah, just to, you know.
I see about 4 or 5 students. Is that all that's on there?
I don't know. Potete mettere la Zoom room, Vi sta chiedendo una cosa. Quanti studenti ci sono?
20. Click on gallery view.
No, there is 25. Metti la gallery giù tutta, no? Okay.
Yeah, oh, I see. Okay. Hey, Nick, how are you?
Ciao, Dale. Bene, bene.
Okay. I'm so sorry I've had this technical problem, but I'm not a technical wizard yet. I have a nice talk to everybody about, but there's too little time right now. Anybody got any questions?
No. Dale. Let's make it in different way. We will reschedule you for tomorrow about something like 8 o'clock Italian time. Okay. So now you have extra 15 minutes today to talk about the beginning of your life, how you fall in love with the horn, about Chattanooga, Tennessee, when you was going to the opera and you fall in love with the horn. All these kind of stories that I'm sure the students will love it.
When I was a boy, there was a piano teacher 2 houses down from me, and we had a piano in our house, and everybody in my house, mother and father, they had all studied piano, and they just said, they either asked me, do you want to study piano, or here's an opportunity to study piano. Okay, so I started. That was when I was 7 years old. At the same time, my father was taking me to symphony concerts and operas. And I looked at the symphony or the opera, the people, the singers on stage, and the orchestra in the pit, and I was just amazed at the sound of an orchestra playing all together. And I did not play an instrument, I only played piano at the time. So for 2 or 3 years, my father took me to these concerts, and I just loved it. I always wanted to go. I liked it. And then when I was in the 6th grade, that's probably...
Well, Excuse me, guys. Can you please close your microphones? You're disturbing the masterclass.
I had the opportunity to get to be in the band in the middle school. So my father, he could not afford a French horn, so he bought me a trumpet. I didn't want to play trumpet, but I had to. So for 2 years, I played in the band, trumpet. It was okay, but I still, in my mind, I wanted to play horn because it was beautiful, and I liked the sound of it. So in the 7th grade, which is also middle school, I had the chance to play on a school instrument, a single piston valve silver F horn. I took it home and started practicing on it. The trumpet went in the closet, and I played, from then on, I played horn. My father finally bought me a single horn, and then next year he bought me a double horn, and that was the beginning. I'm still going to operas and symphonies with my father. He was president of the Chattanooga Opera Association at the time, so he loved the music. My mother did not go. She did not like to go out at night. So now I've been going to the operas 2 or 3 or 4 years. I'm now playing the horn, and I would go and sit on the first row right next to the horns, and I would watch the horns as well as the opera, and I became more and more in love with the sound and the playing and the looks of the horn. So in the 8th grade, my band director asked me if I wanted to go on a musical band trip with the high school orchestra. I guess I played well enough to do it. And I went. And playing with a big band was wonderful. And it just confirmed my passion, my interest in playing the horn. So at that time, you went to high school, Scuola Superiore, in the 10th grade. Now it's the 9th, but in the 10th grade. And at the same time, I've been playing horn now 2 years. I auditioned for 4th horn in the Chattanooga Symphony. And I made it somehow. I don't know how, but I made it. And the lady who was playing 3rd horn became my mentor. And later on, when I was started college, I bought the horn that she played, which is the horn that I got in the Chicago Symphony on, a Schmidt, C.F. Schmidt horn. And I played 3 years with the Chattanooga Symphony, 4th horn, 2 or 3 years. And then I went to study with my teacher, Forrest Stanley, in Pittsburgh. I only applied to one school because that's where I wanted to go. He accepted me. I started 4 years in Pittsburgh. While I was in Pittsburgh, I was asked to play solo horn, excuse me, in Wheeling, West Virginia. A very good community orchestra. But some of the Pittsburgh symphony players would go down and play the last rehearsal and the concert. So they heard me play. And I played 1st horn, solo horn, 3 years. By that time, it is fixed in my mind, I want to play horn professionally. And I want to be a solo horn player. Now that's what I wanted. I didn't know that I could do it until I got out of school and started taking auditions, which I did. From Pittsburgh, I went to New York and started freelancing and continuing my studies with Joseph Singer, who was solo horn of the New York Philharmonic. And I played extra with the New York Philharmonic in September of 62. And now I had played already 2 years extra horn with the Pittsburgh Symphony. Now I'm playing with the New York Philharmonic. I'm even more convinced I have to play horn professionally. And I was good enough to do it, but you still have to take auditions. you have to be hireable. You have to play for audition committees. And so I took about 10 auditions, and in 1965, May of 65, I auditioned for the Chicago Symphony. And I did not make it, but I made the finals. They didn't hire anybody. In December of 65, I was invited, because I made the finals, I invited to come back and play an audition in January of 66. And had been practicing, studying the art, or the task of playing auditions. I had got a lot of experience by then, and I played a good audition. And I played on Monday, and on Wednesday they called me and said, Mr. Clevenger, we would like for you to be our solo horn of Chicago. I fell on the floor and started crying because I could not believe what had just happened. Because winning that audition, of course, changed my life forever. And I was lucky enough to play there 47 years. And I started teaching at Northwestern in about 1970, 71 or 2, and I taught there 30 years or so. Then I switched to Roosevelt University, and after I graduated, I didn't retire, I graduated from the Chicago Symphony, I moved to Indiana. That's where I am now, at Indiana University. And what I want to talk about in my masterclass is a different kind of subject matter than all of the examples that we usually talk about in masterclasses. And I will save that for tomorrow night. It will probably be about 2 o'clock tomorrow for me, Luca. Can you hear me, Luca? Luha.
I'm here. I'm trying to find. Okay, I'm telling this everyone, not only you. Now we look in the schedule. We still have 2 days, and instead of giving you the half an hour, we would like to make a celebration to you. And just a celebration. My best friend, my father, and the honorary president of the festival needs to have a celebration. So just give me a little time. I will be back to you tonight by telephone, Tanya, me, and the organization, and we will find the right place, because we already saw, but it probably is going to be too early for you. 1:35 p.m. for you is going to be 5:35. It's too early in the morning. So we will look in the Sunday. We have open spaces. We will arrange something like a present for you.
Fine, whatever you want is fine with me.
No,
sorry, I couldn't connect.
I don't want the students and the audience miss the opportunity to hear your, the passion that you put in music, the knowledge that you know, and all the different details that are part of the music, also in life, and we know how close we are, how we can talk, how we can be connected by mind, by thought, by so many things, Dale. So we say bye-bye for the moment, but before the end of the festival, you will join again the studio, and you will have the time to stay with us and enjoy very much.
Thank you, Luca.
I love you.
Okay. Thank you, Dale.
Okay, so we are finished right now, right?
Yeah, because we need to keep going. It's a TV studio. They are very polite, very understanding, but they need to keep going. Otherwise, it's going to mess all the schedule.
Okay. Thank you, all of you, for coming on. I appreciate it very much. I apologize again because of my lack of technology.
Dale, okay, we give to everyone, all the students, we will send again a link before tomorrow afternoon. They will have a link with your masterclass. Replace it.
It'll be tomorrow or Sunday?
I will tell you later. Now we don't have the information.
We call you later.
We call you later.
Okay.
And,
no problem.
We will send the students the link as soon we'll have the information.
I will make it work.
Okay, perfect.
Dale,
thank you. Thank you.
I love you.
Ciao.
I love you.
Anch'io, anch'io.
Ciao, bello. Ciao, grazie.
Okay, Aaron.
So, yeah, internet or technology, or internet is normally something that helps sometimes and maybe sometimes created some problems. Now, we need to keep going, and we have maybe a sponsor just to give us the time to go in the other room zone. So enjoy the sponsor, and we will have the time to go to the Zoom room with Aaron.
Aaron is there. He's there. He just sent me a WhatsApp.
Yeah, Aaron?
It's okay, yeah. He's there.
It's okay. So, hello, Aaron. How you doing?
Good.
Oh, wonderful. Where are you in the heaven?
No, I'm in Michigan actually. You know, I'm from Florida.
Yeah.
And because of COVID and everything that's going on with the pandemic, we escaped up to Michigan, where I'm originally from, which is the northern part of the United States.
It's just wonderful to see you with the tuba and this wonderful landscape and with clouds and the lake. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure for us to have you here at the Italian Brass Week Online Festival. And Tanya would like to welcome you too.
Yes, of course. Welcome, Aaron. Welcome to the Italian Brass Week. Very nice to have you here.
Yeah.
And go ahead with your masterclass. Enjoy.
Please enjoy your masterclass, and thank you again.
Fantastic. Great. Well, I'd like to, you know, when I was asked to deliver a topic here and to try to make it as concise as possible, I wanted to pick a topic that I was extremely passionate about and doing, and something that I think that all tuba players are always chasing is sound, and a sound concept, and the ability to create their own individual sound. And you know, I've had many great teachers throughout, you know, my career. I'm actually a recovering euphonium player. I'm not sure if many people know that or not. But you know, some of my teachers, you know, I had Velvet Brown, and then I studied euphonium with Stephen Mead. I studied with Roger Bobo and Mel Culbertson, and Dan Parentoni, with Mike Dunn. My high school teacher was Benjamin Pierce, and my last teacher was Warren Deck, and I've worked a little bit with Joseph Alessi. So, you know, all of those people have had just a unique sound and a unique influence on me. You know, and I've always, you know, struggled with wanting to sound, you know, a little bit like each of my teachers. But, you know, towards the end of my time as a student, I really determined and learned how to create my own sound, because I don't think that the world needs another Aaron Tyndall or another Oysten Bodsvik or another Sergio or another Roland. What they need is another you. They need an individual in your individual sound. So this masterclass is about sound and how to create a good sound. So I'll just start the masterclass off by saying we have to ask ourselves, what is a good sound? You know, what are some qualities of a great sound? And I like to throw out there that a great sound has 3 characteristics to it, okay? A great sound is clear, a great sound is open, and a great sound is resonant. So a great sound, to me, isn't bright or dark. A great sound is clear, open, and resonant. And you know, the bright and the darkness, I think, comes really from your own physical setup. We'll get into that here a little bit, and also with the equipment that you choose. You know, and those who know me know that I'm big into equipment and customizing the equipment to fit myself, and coming up with my own mouthpiece line as well with the Dennis Wick Company. So back to this concept that a great sound is clear, open, and resonant. You know, we can start talking about how to physically create that. So much of brass pedagogy is steeped in this, I think, so therefore I am. So if I just have a concept of sound and I'm just always going to chase it, then magically one day it'll come out, and it'll be, you know, close to this greatest, you know, whoever the artist, name your favorite artist or your favorite instrument, or you want to sound like a great cellist or a great horn player or a great vocalist. You know, all these qualities, of course, they're fantastic to have, but a lot of teachers don't get into the physicality of how to create your own special sound. So with each you know, note, I like to call, each note has what I call a slot. And the slot to me is kind of a key word. The slot means that it is full of resonance, it's clear, and it's always open. And you know, we have, as a professional, to become a professional player, you've got to be able to do this, play with a great, clear, open, resonant sound on in 5 octaves. There's 12 notes to every octave, and that would equivalent to 60 notes. So we have to learn to do this on 60 notes. So, you know, my basis for my teaching, you know, when I teach my students, is to help them make this instrument, this piece of metal that doesn't have a brain, to make this instrument an extension of themselves, okay? And, you know, if I start talking about what the instrument is, it's a low pressure field. So there is the very, very, very low pressure you know, in this instrument as it sits and rests, okay? Now I'm a high pressure individual when I move air. That's creating high pressure. Here's a low pressure field. And when we put air into this instrument, it creates an equilibrium, right? The stability, the stableness in, you know, to a sound. When I hear people struggle with sound, I hear them struggle with keeping the instrument stable, first and foremost. You know, so with that stability and that equilibrium in mind, I'm aiming for a resistance point in the instrument at all times, at all dynamics, at all notes. And I want that resistance point to stay completely stable and unmovable, okay? So, you know, I get to what I'd like to share my screen, if I could, with you, and kind of break this down with how I think about creating sound. And I break it down into a funnel concept. Here, I've got the wheel of death spinning on my computer. You just give me a second. I'll share an example with you. I can start talking about it until this. So, opens up. Am I able to share my screen here, Tanya?
internet connection. Hello, Aaron. I think we have some internet problem with you. Connection problem. Try to re-enter. Aaron, try to re-enter in the room. Yeah, good. Okay, great. Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go.
How's that?
Fantastico.
Great. Great. Can you all see that there?
Sure, we all.
Yeah. Okay. So this is how I break down creating sound. You know, we're talking about, you know, and if you can see my marker here, this diagram was, these are all of my ideas, and one of my students, T.J. Graff, he plays in the Florida Orchestra. He broke this down and put this onto a whiteboard for me here. You know, I'm talking about that instrument. These are the, you know, we're talking about creating sound and thinking of it in a funnel concept here, okay, with large down to small. And at the bottom end of this funnel, you have your mouthpiece cup, your mouthpiece throat, the venturi, which is the focal point where air, you know, spins and gets into the instrument, mouthpiece back bore, right? And down here is the note that we're discussing. Okay, now you can decide what kind of instrument you want to play, what size of mouthpiece you want to use and stuff. And that is your stability point that we're aiming for, this resistance point that we're talking about. So at the top of my funnel, you know, I think of my air. I want my air to be slow, volumized, and even. So, you know, when I think about that, I don't want to punch the air into the instrument. I want an even inhale and exhale. So I'd like to think about the speed of my exhale being the speed of my inhale and vice versa. And this raises a really interesting point. You know, what is more important, breathing or blowing? Okay? There are a lot of people that think that breathing is the most important thing that we do. I would like to disagree and say that blowing is the most important thing that we do. Why? Because sound comes from blowing, right? And I'm trying to volumize 30 plus feet of tubing all at once. So I want my air to be extremely slow, extremely wide or volumized, and extremely even. So my air is dumb and it knows 5 things and 5 things only. It knows how to start, it knows how to stop, it knows how to increase for dynamic if I want to play louder, decrease for dynamics if I want to play softer, or to stay steady, number 5. Okay, my air does not know pitch, you know, and coming from as a recovering euphonium player, as I said before, I used to play with speeding up that air and slowing the air down to change pitch. And yes, you can play the instrument that way, but you change your sound quite a bit, okay? So with my air, I like to think of it just being completely even and one column of air, okay? Next space that I'll go with a student after we examine their air and their use of air and whether it is loaded into the instrument to this resistance point that we talked about is the oral cavity. A lot of students aren't aware of what their oral cavity is doing, or where their oral cavity, you know, what shape their oral cavity should be in. Is it resonant? Okay. There's an exercise I like to do where I'll just go from E to O, and that takes my tongue position and kind of pulls it back. And if this is the bottom, my bottom teeth, pulls the tongue back, and it creates this column that resonates. Right there. It allows more resonation to happen into my oral cavity. Okay. And there's a neat exercise in the brass gym where they talk about that with the in the breathing gym. Pat Sheridan and Sam Playfin. Back up to the top of the funnel with that even, slow, volumized, even air. And now my air is moving towards this instrument, which is just going to become an extension of myself. Next place that I go, that I think about, is called the inner aperture. And the inner aperture is the space between your teeth. And a general rule of thumb that I like to have is that the space between my teeth should be bigger than the space between my lips at all times, okay? And that inner aperture, you know, later on here, if we have time, we'll just discuss about dynamic control. That is where that comes from. You know, if I think about the space between my teeth like it's a garden hose, if I want to turn up water, and the goal is to keep the volume and the pressure the same out of the hose, and I turn up the amount of water, the volume of water, but I don't open up the size of this hose, what happens to the water? It goes faster, doesn't it? So that would sound like somebody. And you hear the instrument, you hear the sound get zappier and zingier, and it doesn't stay the same, and the tone changes as you crescendo, okay? So what happens now if I take that inner aperture and I open up the diameter of it at the rate that I'm increasing that volume of air? I get more sound, but not a change of sound. So that's how I like to think about the space between my teeth. The space between my teeth is responsible for dynamics, and it's also responsible for pitch, okay? Now think about a string player. As they play higher, what happens to the length of string on a fretboard? It gets shorter. Now what happens if they want to play lower? It gets longer. So here is my fretboard, is that inner aperture, the space between the teeth, okay? You've heard many people, including Arnold Jacobs, say that you cannot control meat, and he's exactly right, but I feel as though I can control the space between my jaw, space between my teeth, and I can listen for that clear, open, and resonant sound that I'm going for. You know, and you can have certain characteristics there. You can have 2 out of the 3 or 1 out of the 3, but a great sound has all 3 characteristics. And playing around with the space between your teeth, the dynamic, the amount of air that you're moving into the instrument, undoubtedly has a correlation to that. The next thing is the outer aperture. So the outer aperture is the space between your lips, okay? And the space between your lips, as I said, should be smaller than the space between your teeth, right? This ratio should be this. So if here's the space between my teeth, there should be the space between my lips. As I go higher, those ratios adjust. As I go lower, those ratios adjust, just as a string on as a string player would move the length of their string based on pitch. Dynamic comes from air, the amount of air that we're going to move into the instrument, and then regulating that pressure into the horn. So with all of that said, you know, the outer aperture also has a unique feature that a lot of students tend to not know about, and that is the contact points of your chops. If you take your finger and you feel the inside jelly part of your lip here, and you just come forward, there's a ridge right there where jelly meets the firmness of your chops. Now, everybody is made differently. Everybody has a different set of lips, different set of teeth, different length of teeth, different oral cavity, different air capacity. That's why we all sound different, thank God. Because we wouldn't all want to sound the same, would we? It'd be a boring world. Okay? But there's this contact point right there on your lips, and same thing on the top lip. And it's typically where your lips meet. That, if I can get a student to line those points up when they're buzzing the mouthpiece or buzzing the lips, I can typically get a really, really clear pitch center, okay, to their sound. A lot of people are playing, you know, in and out of that. You know, they're playing here or here or here or here or here, but not right there. And typically when you can get those contact points to line up, we get that clear and open stability to the pitch, okay? So if I move over just to the right side of my screen here, we're talking about, you know, buzz, and a lot of students think that this buzzy buzz equivalates to a great sound. But a buzzy buzz is actually backing up that resistance into the instrument, or into yourself, and not allowing you to feel all of the instrument. So my rule of thumb is that I want to feel every ounce of resistance that this instrument has to give to me, okay? So when you look at this graph, the tuba is somewhat variable. We can have variations on, you know, the length of this tuba right here by moving this slide. The buzz is infinitely variable, meaning that I can change the quality of that buzz on a whim. Okay. Now, when I'm getting maximum resistance, and I like to call it, or maximum ability and sound out of this mouthpiece, I like to call it this air to buzz ratio that I'm shooting for out of here. I typically will get maximum resonance out of the instrument. So if I play with a buzzy buzz, you know, I get a very closed, it's not an open sound. And it's not very clear and it's not very resonant. But now if I open up that inner aperture and the outer aperture follows that organically, I create that oral cavity that is clear and resonant, then I'm able to feel more of the instrument and I'm able to move that resistance point from here down to here. So and moving that resistance away allows me to relax my air into the instrument, feel more of the instrument, feel what this instrument and the mouthpiece have to offer me in terms of resistance, and my air is finally resting down here where the slot of the note belongs and not up here or in here physically as a brick wall would be, you know, moving that away. So I hope that that's a lot of information to unpack in a short period of time. We're just about out of time. Not sure if there are any questions at all based on what I explained here briefly, but I know it's a lot of information to unpack. So if anybody has any questions, more than willing to take those from you.
Byron, I would really like to ask, how do you do your students' preparation for auditions? Because I know you have much success with entering students to orchestras.
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. Yeah, we have a lot of success right now at the University of Miami in my studio. I would say that, I mean that's a multifolded question. You know, it comes through, you know, doing this, understanding this concept for every single note and getting their sound production completely even, you know, learning where every pitch is and then creating muscle memory for that pitch. And then saying, okay, now can I crescendo on that note without changing sound? Can I decrescendo on that note without changing sound? Now can I play it, you know, tenuto? Can I play it tenuto with staccato? Can I play it staccato? Can I play it with an accent? Can I play it with an accent with tenuto, an accent with staccato? Can I play it marcato, marcato with staccato? So right there are 8 different articulation markings, 8 different dynamic markings, and that would just be on one pitch, right? So we learn that complete control, and at the same time that we're working on control, we're doing a lot of listening to the excerpts. We're doing a lot of listening to the composers so that they have a great idea of what Wagner should sound like or what Prokofiev should sound like. So we're learning how to perfect our craft, and at the same time getting a great idea of what the art should be like, and then slowly mirroring the two together. So, you know, I mean, some of my students don't play excerpts until usually their second year of studying with me. You know, it's a lot of learning to control the instrument at an extremely high level, and then giving them etudes to play that test those abilities that we're learning, right? Carefully selected etudes that are always just ahead of their ability, okay? And then we introduce the excerpts later, but at the same time they've been listening to those composers, listening, you know, to the style of what they're about to play. So I don't know if that helps you at all, you know, but I mean, there's two different ways to approach that. A lot of people think, well, I'll learn to play the instrument by playing repertoire. I'm a big believer that you should learn to play your instrument first, and then play the, you know, and then play the repertoire second, because the way you do anything is the way you do everything. So, you know, habits are developed really, really quickly. You know, the way that you brush your teeth, you probably start on the same side of your mouth. You know, the way that you maybe rub your face, you know, you use your right hand over your left. The way that you breathe, the way that you articulate. I mean, all of these things become habit, you know, so maybe I'm a controlling teacher in the way that I want to make sure that their habits are done correctly and really, really well, and that ability level is there, so that they can become musically free and make really great decisions musically with the music that's placed in front of them.
If possible, I would also like to ask, how do you combine the more solistic repertoire in those excerpts? And
you know, I mean, that just depends. That's another great question. I mean, you know, so I mean, I play in a professional orchestra, you know, in the Sarasota Orchestra, and you know, have students taking auditions, and then there's a lot of students taking solo competitions, and I do a lot of solo recitals myself. I try to not look at music any differently, believe it or not. You know, music is music to me. You know, art is, I mean, there are different kinds of art out there, you know, but I look at a piece of music and just try to say, what are the tools that I need to have to play this piece of repertoire in front of me? Or, you know, ask the student, you want to play the John Williams concerto, what are some things you need to have? You've got to have great control over your flexibility. You've got to have 3.5 to 4 octaves. You've got to have ability to shape phrases. You've got to be able to double tongue, right? Really, really well at about 138 to 144. Somewhere that, you know, so I look at the skill set that's needed, and then, you know, it just comes down to practicing, you know, teaching students to practice in a really, really concise way, you know, so that they're not wasting their time. I like to assign them an hour to an hour and a half warm-up routine every day. 30 minutes spent on efficiency, you know, whatever it is that we're struggling with. And then an etude hour, and then either 2 hours of solo preparation or 2 hours of extra preparation, or whatever it is that their goal is they're working on. Does that help? Hello? Does that answer your question here?
Yes, it does. Thank you. The connection is quite bad.
Sorry about that.
Hello, Aaron? 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 Hello? Scrivi nella chat che ci sono problemi. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have problem with the Aaron Tindall connection.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I mean, probably you, Mr. Tindall, probably you should.
Yes, I can hear you. Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. But your video is blocked, and yeah, there is. Okay, now it's a little better, but I think it's a slow connection.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
It's okay.
It says I'm okay on my end, but.
Okay, no problem. Just keep going. We have 3 minutes more. I'm sorry for this,
Sure.
connection problems.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe it's my end here. You never know with these things, do you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We.
I don't know if you heard the rest of that, Nir, but
I just heard until the 1.5 hour of basic routine.
Okay. Yeah, so we do a 1 to 1.5 hour basic routine, and then we usually have them practice 30 to 45 minutes of a deficiency. So maybe it's their low register, maybe it's their high register, maybe it's articulation, maybe it's dynamic control. Whatever it is that we determine is their deficiency, they work on. And then they have an hour of etude preparation. And then we also do, you know, two hours usually of either excerpt or solo preparation. So, but you know, I don't advise that they try to think of solo or excerpt playing as different from each other. So they're just 12 notes in different octaves in a different order, depending on what the composer wants to do with them.
Hello, Master Aaron, greeting
Yes.
from Colombia. Master, well, this question is about what do you recommend to prepare a great audition?
Well, to prepare a great audition, you know, it comes with taking a look at that excerpt list, obviously, and you know, I like to separate all of the excerpts into 3 different categories: a technical category, a lyrical category, and a range and endurance category. And you know, and within that, you need to start looking at all of them and say, which ones do you know extremely well, which ones need more time, you know, and then learning your tendencies on each excerpt, right? And you know, practicing these excerpts doesn't mean that you blow through them every day. It might mean that you practice whatever the pitfall is for you in each of them. And it means practicing equal amounts of the technical excerpts and the lyrical excerpts and the range and endurance excerpts. Learning to play them in any order. You know, there are a lot of great apps that you can get on your phone nowadays. One I like to use is Name in a Hat app. You can label all of your excerpts in this app, and you can just hit the button and it'll throw out a random excerpt to you. So you could be picking up the F tuba or the C tuba, you could be playing low excerpt or a high excerpt. You know, I like to have my students play them at half speed or 3/4 speed for many, many weeks, you know, maybe for 3 or 4 weeks, and then start building the speed up. I'll have them play with drum tracks, with drones, all kinds of things. As creative as we can be with each excerpt, you know, is what I recommend. So, you know, in one way, learning to do things the same way so that they're extremely consistent, but learning different ways to practice and challenge our ears to hear each individual excerpt. Does that help?
Thank you so much, Master.
Yep, no problem.
Aaron?
Yes.
Do you have something else that you want to say? Because time was rushing, and I hope the students enjoy your masterclass. I'm definitely, they should have.
Well, it was a lot of information that I threw out there. You know, if anybody has any questions about that, it's a lot to unpack. I mean.
Okay, there is, there is no question on the chat, but I suggest, as I told Jens Lindemann, if they have some question, I gently ask the student to contact you privately, because now we keep going. This is like a TV show, and already Dale Clevenger, he had some connection problem too, so we are in the middle of the ocean now, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
We need to be very precise from now on, otherwise we will finish tomorrow, okay?
No problem. Well, it's an honor to be here with you all.
Thank you very much to join the Italian Brass Week, and hopefully you will be able to come in person next year.
Sounds fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. I don't know if you can hear me. I have no microphone, but...
Thank you. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
All right, we change from a wonderful lady Tanya to a wonderful man.
Thank you.
Do you want to present yourself?
Yes, I'm Carlo Anzilotti. I'm an architect.
Okay, from the tuba player, from a brass player, now we want to talk about the Renaissance. Renaissance in Italy, I mean in Florence especially, we are in the middle, in the cave of the Renaissance. And with this festival, as we were talking before, we want to launch a message. Please.
Thank you, Luca. I think this is a very big occasion for all the world, because I think we are living a new era. COVID stopped the time, and we can start again with another kind of mentality and different programs. I think Florence, not only I think, everybody know is the Renaissance born in Florence. And from that period, change all over the world the mentality of the man, of the woman, and start a new era. I think we can think a new Renaissance at this moment, and the Brass Festival is, I think, is one of the unique occasion for to connect all the world in a common vision, very important for a new develop. And Brass Festival speak about area. Area is very important for everybody, is the life. And the new Renaissance start with area, with the life, the music. And the music is not political, is not of part, is for everybody, is something that cross the body, the mind, and is a connection to change mentality and to make a communication. And when you speak about new Renaissance, I think music and technology and a new kind of thinking is a very good occasion for to think different. And I think this kind of instruments are different from the classic instruments because it's an area, the connection. And with area, we must find a new language. And I see new group, new people that like play music, and a very big attention with a different kind of communication, and how the young people look and listen the music. And Brass Festival and LUCA is, I think, this is the starting for a new development, and this year is very a test that is very successful, and with a big demonstration that with very small group we can connect all over the world.
Yeah.
And at the end of this week, we can understand that Luca and his group have done very, very big job, very important for the development and for the new Renaissance.
And for the future, nothing will be the same, because after experiencing this festival online, I'm sure, even if next year we will be live in Florence and Tuscany and maybe all over Italy, live concerts, the online project will stay, because You know, the point is that we don't have, many people, many students doesn't really have the resources to come over here. So the main goal is to help these young kids, students from all over the world, to come over here and to be able to attend a masterclass, enjoy Florence, and just be with us and live a unique experience. Life saves souls. I mean, music saves souls. The air let us play and live well. So we put together air, music, technology, and fantasy. Because without fantasy, without imagination, like Leonardo da Vinci, imagination give me and all these people the right to hope for the future. Nothing will be the same after COVID. Nothing. We are not, I mean, we are rarely playing now a concert in Europe and New York and everywhere. They are locked down, no concerts. So the only way to play is online. We have been already very lucky with the Maggio Musicale and Zubi Meta. We had many concerts in the last 2 weeks. So we are pretty lucky in the last month. But still, the Renaissance will be in Florence. As I was telling in the press conference, our Renaissance is to demonstrate with generosity, because the online festival was completely free, with generosity, with you know, the kindness of giving, to restart from Florence to the world. Thank you very much, Maestro. Thank you. So now, nobody better than him that is in the world of architecture and art. We introduce Antonella Lombardi. She's an art manager from Rome, amazing, and one of my favorite painting, La Fornarina, Antonella Lombardi from Rome. Thank you very much again, La Fornarina.
Buonasera, in questo episodio parleremo di una delle più iconiche opere di Raffaello, La Fornarina. Non è tanto il valore intrinseco dell'opera pittorica, quanto il mito che l'accompagna ad aver reso celebre questo ritratto di giovane donna, detto La Fornarina, appunto. Datato intorno al 1520, la Fornarina, la donna ritratta, sarebbe il nome con la quale è nota, forse nell'accezione settecentesca di amante, Margherita Luti, figlia del fornaio di Trastevere che aveva la bottega incontrata a Santa Dorotea. Circa la committenza non si hanno notizie e questo ha fatto presumere che effettivamente sia un dipinto che Raffaello aveva realizzato per sé, proprio negli ultimi anni della sua vita. La figura femminile è sicuramente nei panni di una Venere dal sapore classico. La posa è seduta, la figura ha il seno scoperto, regge un sottilissimo velo trasparente che si adagia sul grembo e scivola tra il panno rosso che invece cela il pube e le gambe. Il braccio sinistro, il destro per noi, è cinto da un monile nel quale è inciso su fondo blu in oro e lettere classiche il nome Raphael Urbinas, dove risiede l'autografia dell'opera. Sullo sfondo una pianta di mirto che conferisce una certa oscurità alla tavolozza, rendendo particolarmente luminoso l'incarnato che emerge e illumina l'intera opera, ed il ramo di melo cotogno che simboleggia la fertilità. L'acconciatura rappresenta il modo di porre il velo tipico delle donne romane dell'epoca. Il panno è caratteristico e realizzato in seta con la sfumatura gialla. Non è la prima volta che Raffaello sceglie di raffigurarlo in una sua opera, come era già accaduto nella Velata e nella Madonna Sistina, e sarebbe sempre la stessa modella, ad ulteriore conferma dell'identità di Margherita Luti, che allora avrebbe anche indossato tale acconciatura abitualmente, e anche nella Madonna della Seggiola. Questo panno viene attorcigliato come un turbante e annodato alla nuca con un lembo bordato di frangia, assicurata al capo da un cordoncino dorato e adornato da un gioiello del tutto simile a quello che ferma il manto sulla testa della velata. Il volto della donna è un volto giovane ma imperfetto. La modella è certamente una modella dal vero, in quanto le caratteristiche degli occhi infossati non sono un'idealizzazione, quanto piuttosto una caratterizzazione somatica propria di una persona fisica. Il suo volto è riconoscibile per le sue particolarità, gli occhi infossati, come dicevamo, la bocca stretta, il naso pronunciato, l'ovale che si richiude repentinamente sul mento. Questo è un volto che già si è visto nelle opere di Raffaello ed è per questo che gli studiosi paragonano alcuni ritratti e si interrogano circa l'identità della modella nelle opere della Velata e della Madonna Sistina, verosimilmente compatibili con il volto magari idealizzato in quei contesti proprio di Margherita Luti. Una Margherita che invece in questa versione privata ad uso e consumo esclusivo del pittore non aveva bisogno di migliorie, in quanto puro e semplice dono di devozione amorosa. Fatto è che questo dipinto spicca per la particolarità della sua storia. Anzitutto, prescindendo dall'indubbia bellezza del dipinto, è curioso come gli aneddoti circa l'incontro dei due amanti si sia svolto. Secondo alcune fonti, Raffaello nota Margherita passeggiato per Trastevere, affacciata alla sua finestra. Colpito dalla sua bellezza e dolcezza, finisce con l'innamorarsene follemente. Altri la vorrebbero una cortigiana che sì era affacciata alla finestra, ma con intenti ben diversi che far innamorare un giovane artista. Ecco spiegato anche il suo ruolo di modella che facilmente si sarebbe prestata a nudità senza grandi sconvolgimenti che, al contrario, avrebbero catturato la mente e la moralità di una giovane che, anche se modesta figlia di fornaio, avrebbe avuto più remore. Secondo Giorgio Vasari, l'incontro tra il pittore e la sua musa sarebbe avvenuto sulle rive del Tevere. Qui la giovane si denuda per un bagno quando incontra lo sguardo di Raffaello, un approccio decisamente meno romantico che giustificherebbe l'ossessione del pittore per la giovane e per il suo corpo. Sarebbe, secondo Vasari, persino arrivato a minacciare di interrompere l'affresco di Galatea a Villa Chigi, Villa Farnesina, che se non gli fosse stata portata nello studio la sua branamata modella. Ragionando sulle possibilità, è chiaro che socialmente la figlia di un modesto fornaio di Trastevere non aveva così tante occasioni di incontro e di frequentare un giovane ma affermatissimo e benestante artista, perché Raffaello era stipendiato anche dal Vaticano, quindi era benestante per l'epoca. Quanto piuttosto ne aveva una cortigiana che era paradossalmente socialmente più libera di poter frequentare uomini, seppur limitatamente in certi contesti, ma anche di godere di una certa libertà sessuale e sociale. Fatto sta che la donna amata, la fornarina, chiunque essa sia, rimane accanto a Raffaello, contribuendo a creare l'immagine delicata e soave di alcune delle più belle Madonne e Veneri dipinte dall'artista Urbinate. Al di là del grandissimo apporto alla storia dell'arte che questa donna ha avuto, il rapporto intimo ed esclusivo con Raffaello è rimasto uno dei più profondi misteri che aleggia intorno alla sua scomparsa. Si narra infatti che alla notizia della sua morte ella si rinchiuse, distrutta dal dolore, nel convento di Santa Apollonia. Grazie e buonasera.
Zombie nace en un contexto totalmente idílico, que realmente es una necesidad que provoca el mercado al no haber ninguna fábrica en España que hiciera instrumentos de metal. Mi sueño con 18 años ya era crear o fabricar unos instrumentos que podía ser un motivo de orgullo, pero nace primero la idea de los instrumentos, aunque luego la materializa el estar fabricando joyería a nivel industrial y artesanal. Mi abuelo ya era corneta, ya tocaba, ya hacía música con instrumentos de viento metal, mi padre clarinete. Lógicamente la vinculación al viento ya era genética, ya era algo que estaba ahí. ¿Por qué trompeta? Porque lo vi pequeño y lo vi fácil. Luego me equivoqué ya. ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces merece la pena? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces es bueno? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú? Realmente el instrumento, para nosotros el primer instrumento que no tenía marca ya fue un reto. Cuando sonó, simplemente fue una duda, porque lo que sonó era calidad, era simplemente vulgaridad. El nombre o el título Stomby está combinado dos nombres, Tomás, que es mi padre, y Vicente, que soy yo. Mi padre fue como yo un gran soñador, él fue un artesano que forjó el hierro, pero fue un clarinetista, un músico excepcional. Él era música. Mi padre hizo música con los medios que tenía y yo, como no soy músico, simplemente me gusta la música, yo hago los sonidos que a mí me gustaría realmente estar representados en ellos.
Hello, we are back in the studio, and we are very excited to have again the Florence Cocktail Week with us tonight. With I have to read it because it's very, very difficult name. Solomia Gristenschein, and the cocktail is okay. It's a surprise. And he or she, Solomia, I think is a lady, she will present this. And just right after, we will have, with Elastica Records, Deleted Sound. Enjoy the cocktail and electronica. I see you 8:15 for the concerts. Tonight is fire, really big fire.
Sono Solomia, lead bartender del Chorus Caffè di Roma. Vi state chiedendo cosa sto bevendo? Questo è un cardinale. La sua creazione risale al 1950, quando un cardinale chiese un calice di Riesling. Infatti, la sua ricetta originale è fatta con il Riesling, del gin e del bitter. Con il tempo, il vermouth dry prende il posto del Riesling e questo cocktail arriva fino alla lontana America sotto il nome di The Cardinal. Questo cocktail è anche ricordato come il fratello piccolo del Negroni, proprio perché molte delle sue ricette prevedono parti uguali di gin, bitter e vermouth dry. Tuttora possiamo rivivere le emozioni e la grande storia di questo cocktail all'Orum Bar dell'Excelsior Hotel di Roma a Via Veneto, che ai tempi Via Veneto era il cuore pulsante della dolce vita romana. Tutt'oggi questo cocktail viene servito come allora, esattamente come faceva Casa Massima, il secondo di Raimondo, con il suo apposito carrello. E vi devo dire che questo è un cocktail veramente buono. Vorrei ringraziare per i dettagli storici Luca di Francia. Salute! Adesso vi faccio vedere come si prepara il cardinale. Eseguirò la ricetta che prevede parti uguali di bitter, gin e vermouth dry. Iniziamo. Raffreddiamo il nostro mixing glass. Si scola l'acqua in eccesso. In questo modo. E procediamo. Una parte di bitter. Una parte di gin. E una parte di vermouth dry. Raffreddiamo. Perfetto. E serviamo nella coppetta. Perfetto. Tocco finale. Olio essenziale di limone. Salute! Buonissimo!
crisis time, a war rising time.
come, the troubles that already come from the trouble, from the sun. I have to pay from the troubles, come, the troubles that already come from the trouble, from the sun.
Strip my soul from time, make it to the following day, through the sound of my mind, walk away from your final day. Don't look down, don't look down, can't try to communicate. Don't look down, don't look down, I can see my soul walking away from you. Don't look back,
People can see the sun is turning black, turning black. catch the time. Catch the time for me, I can't be late no more.
Stomby nace en un contexto totalmente idílico, que realmente es una necesidad que provoca el mercado al no haber ninguna fábrica en España que hiciera instrumentos de metal. Mi sueño con 18 años ya era crear o fabricar unos instrumentos que podía ser un motivo de orgullo, pero nace primero la idea de los instrumentos, aunque luego la materializa el estar fabricando joyería a nivel industrial y artesanal. Mi abuelo ya era corneta, ya tocaba, ya hacía música con instrumentos de viento metal, mi padre clarinete. Lógicamente la vinculación al viento ya era genética, ya era algo que estaba ahí. ¿Por qué trompeta? Porque lo vi pequeño y lo vi fácil. Luego me equivoqué. ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces merece la pena? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces es bueno? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú? Realmente el instrumento, para nosotros el primer instrumento que no tenía marca ya fue un reto. Cuando sonó, simplemente fue una duda, porque lo que sonó era calidad, era simplemente vulgaridad. El nombre o el título Stomby está combinado dos nombres, Tomás, que es mi padre, y Vicente, que soy yo. Mi padre fue como yo un gran soñador, él fue un artesano que forjó el hierro, pero fue un clarinetista, un músico excepcional. Él era música. Mi padre hizo música con los medios que tenía y yo, como no soy músico, simplemente me gusta la música, yo hago los sonidos que a mí me gustaría realmente estar representados en ellos. El problema fue el de rendimiento. Quería que dejara de sonar a trompeta y convertirse en flauta, que se convirtiera en oboe, que fueran maderas, más texturas, más colores. Eso es conceptual, hay cosas que no es el decir ya está hecho y ya sirve. Tú no estás adquiriendo un medio de hacer música, estás adquiriendo una forma de expresar música.
Es difícil saber cuándo fue la primera vez que escuché hablar de trompetas o de instrumentos. Pues por el trabajo que se ha desarrollado en mi familia, siempre hemos estado rodeados de música, de músicos y de instrumentos, realmente. Me dedico tanto a trabajos en fábrica como al contacto y la gestión de los clientes fuera de España. Hay países donde se ha hecho un trabajo más fuerte o durante más tiempo, entonces ya estamos considerados como una de las marcas de referencia. Nosotros estamos poniendo un número de horas de nuestra vida en ese instrumento que estamos fabricando y lo hacemos con mucho gusto y con mucho cariño. Yo creo que se verá reflejado en el instrumento y en el músico de alguna manera.
las trompas, como cualquier otro instrumento que fabricamos en esta casa, requieren que el personal esté muy especializado y tenga una gran experiencia y muchísimas horas de trabajo para poder familiarizarse con los instrumentos que utilizamos. A lo largo de su vida empezó por un camino, cual me encantaría poder continuar y que, si es posible, la siguiente generación de mi familia también pueda continuarlo, porque es el sueño de mi padre y me gusta verlo soñar cuando está diseñando algo nuevo o cuando oye tocar una de sus trompetas en la otra parte del mundo.
Yo quería un instrumento potente, pero no hiriente, cuando realmente los instrumentos de tradición son muy hirientes, y al ser tan hirientes lo que ocurre es que más que hacer música destrozan música, bajo mi criterio siempre. Entonces, claro, el amalgamar, el tener un sonido que tuviera la dulzura de un pianísimo y la gentileza en el fuerte de un fortísimo, potente, dinámico y no hiriente, para mí fue el gran hándicap. Nuestro gran logro ha sido el sonido Stone, donde realmente tiene una personalidad. Yo estoy muy orgulloso y todavía estoy mucho más orgulloso de los nuevos productos que en este momento se están desarrollando y que técnicamente se incorporarán al profesional durante los años que vienen. La grandeza de lo que ahora, en este momento, yo estoy sintiendo en mi trabajo es que no estamos al servicio del instrumentista, estamos al servicio de la música.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. I'm very happy to present the first concert of our evening concerts. And from the United States, Joe Burgstaller will enlive our evening with a wonderful concert. Is live streaming, and I'm very happy that Joe Burgstaller is with us. He should be with us here right now in Florence, because he was invited in the live festival, but we're still very happy to have the chance to present to everyone Joe Burgstaller, a live streaming from the United States. Enjoy Joe Burgstaller.
The next hour with you as part of the Italian Brass Week. This week I was supposed to be in Italy, and I am not in Italy. Only Italians are in Italy, so ciao. And what you'll see there is Italian Brass Week has gone completely online, and this was the slot for me to do actually my recital. Instead, for all the participants, what we've done is virtual recitals. So you can go to the Italian Brass Week Facebook page and you can see what we've been doing all week as far as connecting with musicians all over the world. So I was asked just to speak a little bit and to play some videos of live performances and some of my other concept videos for you. And I do hope that this brings a smile to your day. I'm going to start with some Bach. Bach, of course, is the root of most of what Western classical music is. This is a preview of my upcoming CD, as yet untitled, and this is a Bach cello suite, Sarabande. That is one of my favorite pieces. And the arrangement for the CD takes some twists and turns. I'm not ready to reveal that to you yet. You'll have to wait for the CD. So let's move on to one of my favorite recent performances. Is with the Malaysian Philharmonic Orchestra. And when I was with Canadian Brass around 2005 it was, I was really enamored with the music of Astor Piazzolla, of course, who's known as the godfather of the Nuevo Tango. And As a result, I brought in 4 pieces into the Canadian Brass's repertoire. This was before really classical music had completely embraced Piazzolla. Now everyone kind of plays it. So it was a new thing. I'm proud of being, on the ground floor of bringing that in. And you can find that on the Magic Horn CD, also featuring Jeff Nelson on great horn features on that CD. And the suite on that CD is called Quattro Tangos, and it's 4 tangos I chose from Piazzolla's repertoire. The next one is Oblivion, and this is with the Malaysian Philharmonic, myself soloing and my wife Julie conducting from France, Limoges. And that's all I'm going to say. This is one of my favorite pieces ever. I'm sure yours as well. All right, I'm back. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece. Let me turn off the audio. It's a beautiful piece, is it not? We're going to stick with a little Piazzolla. We're going to take a bit of a left turn in spirit and in presentation. The spirit part is this is an entirely different type of tango. I would say this is actually a tango. Oblivion is not really in the tango category, although it's kind of gotten lumped in there. Next is Libertango. And it is about liberty, which is definitely the topic of the moment in the world. And the presentation of Libertango is through one of the groups I'm really proud to be in. It's called the New York Brass Arts Trio, and it's with my eminent colleagues David Jolly on horn. You know that he's an international horn soloist of great renown, and then also of great renown Chaim Avitzer out of Israel, and he's the trombone soloist, and together we form the New York Brass Arts Trio. This is our fun take on Libertango. I'll just leave it there, and we can talk about how and why after you see the next. Hopefully you can tell we have fun together as colleagues and as musicians, and that came out of an inspiration because it was raining that day. We actually went through that car wash 26 times, and it was raining outside, so the car was extra clean, all done with one camera and one of our favorite pieces of music. So probably all you need to know about Libertango. Do check out David Jolly and Chaim Avitzer's work out there in YouTube land and the interweb land. They're brilliant, brilliant people and musicians and wonderful human beings. Next, we're going to go to a recital that I did at the Rafael Mendes Brass Institute recently, and it's music of De Falla, specifically Nana. And we're all familiar with this piece, of course, as mostly a vocal piece, and the traditional style, or the known style I would say, is that the vocal is more of in a classical operatic style, right? And interestingly, De Falla really wrote these songs and also Amor Brujo with a different type of singer in mind, more of this type of wailing singer that you would see in the country at that point in an authentic manner. Perhaps you might be familiar with this type of wailing singer when you see flamenco. So with that in mind, and then inspired by Miles Davis in Sketches of Spain, who explored this wailing style because he was also exploring De Falla's past and the political arena around De Falla in the country at that time, what he was allowed to do by the government and what he was not allowed to do. So this is a sort of a fantasy on Nana. You'll hear the written part at the beginning and the end, and then you'll hear my take on the wailing and what those singers may have sounded like in the middle, in an improvisation. Nana, with Miriam Yatsi, or now Miriam Hickman, wife of David Hickman, one of my heroes and my teacher, on piano. De Falla with Miriam Hickman on piano, accompanying me at the Rafael Mendes Brass Institute last year. I was so happy that the Mendes Institute was online last week, and we had a robust number of applicants and participants, and we had an amazing time. all online. Who would know? That was Defia. I'm going to now, since I was talking about the Mendes Brass Institute, and we just played a clip from there, I'm going to go straight to a piece from another teacher of mine, and you know him very well, Anthony Ploeg. And while this is not the world premiere, this may be a premiere to you because this was only released last week, and by the good graces of David Hickman and Joe Parisi and Tony Ploeg, this is Summit Brass, of which I'm a member, so this is another group I'm proud to be associated with, performing the fourth movement of the new Anthony Ploeg Symphony for Brass. Tony Ploeg, brilliant in so many different ways. Brilliant as a teacher, brilliant as a composer, brilliant as a musician, as a trumpet player, and ultimately one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet. Most genuine. Changed so many people's lives, including my own. Love you, Tony. Next, we're going to go to some Bach. We started the program with Bach. This is an impromptu appearance on the steps of the ruins of a cathedral in Macau several years ago. Everywhere I go, I try to do impromptu appearances and community outreach. And this was what we came up with after our huge concert the night before and a feast. Then we went out and we filmed this. You'll see 4 cameras, no cuts, nothing, just 4 cameras, and then we aligned them together. And it was 108 degrees while we filmed this. And we thought, people would enjoy the music, and I think they did. But you'll see that something develops in the course of the performance that we did not anticipate, which, well, you got to see it. So here's Bach in Macau. We did not anticipate all the selfies, but it was a nice way to connect. We were definitely an attraction in a way we did not foresee. But the acoustics on those cathedral steps were quite amazing. What you hear is what happened there, and 108 degrees out, and then we had McDonald's ice cream afterwards because we were all a little overheated, and that was the only ice cream we could find. So yes, ashamedly, I went into McDonald's at Macau after one of the most amazing meals of my life the night before. So a theme for all of us musicians, and I think that's partially what is challenging about this summer for us, is that we depend on, we thrive on interconnection between not only ourselves and the audience, but ourselves and other musicians. We might call this collaboration, but it goes a little deeper than that, doesn't it? We like to be around people just like us, creative minds, and see what happens when you put us all in a room. So that's leading up to my next video, which is one you may have seen. It's called Mozart's Blue Dreams, and this one is called Dig That Mozart. And Dig That Mozart is one of 3 videos that we made to promote Mozart's Blue Dreams. You can still get it on Summit Records, you can find it on YouTube, and you can buy it through iTunes, whatever you prefer. And this is a collaboration between myself and one of the world's best Latin jazz pianists, Hector Martignon, who is on faculty in Munich as well as in New Jersey in Hofstra. Very well known amongst your jazz friends or whomever who's watching and from the jazz world. I probably shouldn't say too much except if you've never seen this one, you might not be expecting what's coming. And isn't that a good thing? This is Mozart's Blue Rondo. And I'm back again. I think you can tell we had fun both with the recording of the music of that one and the storytelling. So that was a very interesting journey, that particular recording. Conceptualization of it is basically the following. The fantasy is, if you would, what if the great composers of yesteryear were time traveled to the future and had access to YouTube? What would that exposure for them, learning of all the genres of music that we now take for granted at our fingertips, what would that exposure do to their compositional style? rather than just, I would say, a jazz version playing the head and a solo and then the melody again. If you check out those CDs, and you can find them for free on YouTube, this is a little more of an organic process where we're really exploring the compositional styles. If we have time in the hour left, we have about 10 minutes left. So now I'm going to force upon you one of my own compositions. This is called Within. And as you might be able to tell in the broadcast so far, I have an eclectic taste. I encourage my students to have an eclectic taste too. The more we learn about other musics and then strive to appreciate and admire and then even incorporate what we learn from those other musics into our own music making, the more we align ourselves with what music is supposed to be, sharing, uniting, all in harmony, right? Beautiful things. So then I will then share with you something that I wrote for my parents. This is called Within. So that was Within. The story behind that was I was coming back from Singapore actually into the States, and Hurricane Katrina had hit New York, where I was living with my wife there, rather hard. And I was teaching in Baltimore, so instead of going to New York, I was able to fly into Baltimore, and I had 2 extra days there. So I went into the classes there and recruited music students, and they came in and they were a choir in the recording studio there, and I wrote this piece and laid it down and then later made the video. So as you know, we musicians react to our circumstances in a creative manner, and then we're always attempting to make the world a better place. And if that brightened up your day for just one of you out there, then I did my job. So we're going to end with more friends. So far I've shared with you the New York Brass Arts Trio with David Jolly and Chaim Avitzur. Also my crossover quartet with Hector Martignon and Hans Glavischnig and John Ferrari. And we also heard Tony Ploeg's Symphony for Brass Movement 4 with the Summit Brass, full of my friends as well. And this is one more group I'm currently a member of. It's called the Washington Symphonic Brass, and it's led by Phil Snedeker. That's right, the very Phil Snedeker that you know his etudes from. The Phil Snedeker Lyrical Etudes. The very famous Phil Snedeker is my friend, my very good friend. And so one of our summer projects with this group was to put together 2 of Phil's arrangements. And you can find his arrangements online through his website. This is the Washington Symphonic Brass playing some Copland for you. And then after that I'm going to sign off. So this is our last piece of this evening. Washington Symphonic Brass. Makes me smile to see my friends. If you don't recognize some of the players, I'll just talk trumpet. You saw in there, of course, Phil Snedeker, and then also Kevin Gibo, and then wonderful lyric playing from the solo cornet from the Marine Band here in the United States, Matt Harding, and the arrangement again of Copeland by Phil Snedeker. It's been really my pleasure and my honor and my privilege to spend the last hour with you, whether you're watching this live or you're watching this as part of the Italian Brass's online offerings. Special thanks to Luca for soldiering through and really affecting so many brass players around the world by putting the Italian Brass Week online. I'm going to eat some, there's nothing here like the food in Italy, so I'm just going to go be very sad about my food offerings in the United States. That said, I'll let you go. I'll see you somewhere around my travels in the world. Don't hesitate to shoot me an email. And if you're looking to study trumpet somewhere, Arizona State University is an amazing place to study at. And I would be happy to speak with you via email about any questions you might have about coming here to Phoenix, Arizona, where it's only hot for 2 months of the year, and the rest of the year it's paradise. Look at this tan. Come to ASU. All right, thanks for everything, guys. Great to see you, and keep changing the world through music. Keep your chins up, keep those smiles on, and remember, actually I'm going to talk a little more. Remember, we don't have to affect millions of people, just 1 or 10 or 20. So start with your family. Write music for your parents, for your grandparents. Do performances for them over the phone. We can't see them in person, perhaps, depending on where you're living. And perhaps we don't have large audience.
Here we are, and thank you very much. There, Joe Bookstaller, as usual, he prepared something very special. I knew that would be really exciting, and all this combination of videos, great playing, funny, and emotional, and so on. So we keep going now with our program, and we have the second group, the second soloist for tonight, and she is an extraordinary trumpet player, musician, and the leader of the Seraph Brass, Mary Bowden. Enjoy this beautiful and extraordinary musician. Back in the studio. Now Mary Bowden, extraordinary musician, and of course also trumpet player. And she will enlive this evening all over the world. Now we are in the evening, in the United States it's afternoon, and so on. And just later, after her, a big surprise. I have to describe this because I contact Teppei Suzuki, another trumpet player. So tonight is the night of the trumpets. And I asked him if he would be able to set a trumpet ensemble. So after a few days, he said to me, Luca, I have the lineup. So he contacts the major trumpet player from Japan, and the name of the group is the Eight Buglers of Japan. So just after Mary Bowden, the Eight Buglers of Japan. So all trumpet players from all over the world, be there and enjoy very much. I'm going to sleep just because tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock we have the general rehearsal of the main event, which means that we will go up to a hot balloon. Domani mattina alle 5 ci dobbiamo svegliare per fare la prova generale del nostro main event. I musicisti, gli ottoni volanti saliranno a bordo delle mongolfiere, in una mongolfiera, e suoneremo ovviamente delle musiche dedicate al cielo, dedicate al volare in genere. E chiaramente io adesso, dopo una giornata qui dentro lo studio, vado un attimo a letto, perché appunto poi il giorno dopo ci dobbiamo svegliare di nuovo alle 5, perché la mongolfiera decolla la mattina alle 6. Ma vi dico anche da dove decolla. Decolla proprio dalla culla di Firenze, quasi da sotto il Ponte Vecchio. Una cosa incredibile, perciò sorvoleremo Firenze e arriveremo nel Chianti. Tomorrow morning I'm going to have a general rehearsal with my group, the Flying Brass. We will be on top of the hot balloon, and we will just start from the middle of Florence, going up to 100 meters, and we need to have this general rehearsal in order to stream the day after the concert, the main happening of the Italian Brass Week 2020. So that's why I'm going to sleep now, probably because I'm also very tired, but I need energy for the last 2 days. So enjoy Mary Bowden, and later the Eight Buglers, which you will have the chance also to listen on Sunday, just because they have a different time in Japan. So I gave to them 2 times concert. Usually I give every single group 2 times. So enjoy, and viva sempre Italian Brass Week. Buonanotte. Ciao.
Hi, my name is Mary Elizabeth Bowden, and I am so excited to present a virtual recital for you for the Italian Brass Week. I will be sharing a program of some of my most favorite works to perform. The first work is the famous aria, the Queen of the Night aria from Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute. And this is one of my favorite works to play, not only with piano, but also with my brass group, Seraph Brass. And this video was recorded with my good friend, Naomi Wu, and I am playing my Scherzer piccolo, and this is one of my favorite instruments to play, and I hope you enjoy the virtuosity of the Queen of the Night aria. The next work is by my favorite composer, Claude Debussy, The Girl with the Flaxen Hair. This work is originally for solo piano, and I've adapted it for piano and the piccolo trumpet. This arrangement highlights the lyricism and high notes that can sparkle on the piccolo trumpet. My friend Naomi Wu and I recorded this at the Banff Center in Canada a few years back. Ionesco's Legend was written in 1906 for the trumpet class for the Paris Conservatory. The teacher at the time was Mary Franking. This work is very virtuosic for both the pianist and the trumpeter, and there are extensive sections where we have to triple tongue. I love the color and variety in this piece, and I hope you enjoy Legend. Bach's Bedineri is from his orchestral suite number 2, and this is originally for the flute. I am performing this on my Yamaha piccolo with the Cassia Ensemble. You can hear this work on my newest album called Reverie, which has been released through Summit Records. This next work is one of my favorite arias from Bach's St. Matthew Passion. I chose to play this on my Yamaha flugelhorn because it has a very dark, rich color of sound, which I think captures the spirit of this piece. I thought it would be appropriate to read the translation. Have mercy, my God, for the sake of my tears. See here, before you, heart and eyes weep bitterly. Have mercy, my God. this next piece is by American composer Jim Stevenson, and it's titled Spitfire. He named this after a boat that he saw in Chicago, and it's for string quartet and trumpet, which is a great combination. There is a lot of virtuosity in this piece, and a lot of color changes as well with the lyricism and virtuosity of the string players. I really love Jim's music, and I encourage you to check out more of his works for trumpet and chamber music on his website. last work I will share with you is one of my favorites that I've been practicing since age 13. This is Arbin's Variations on Norma. I'm performing this work on my cornet that my parents bought me when I was 10 years old. This is a Yamaha professional model cornet, and I am even using the same exact mouthpiece that I started on when I was just 10 years old. Rick DeYoung made the arrangement of Norma as well as the other works on my newest album for trumpet and strings, and you can check that out on my website, marybowden.com. You can also stay in touch with me on Instagram, MaryTRPT, and Facebook on my fan page, Mary Elizabeth Bowden. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope that we can all perform in person soon.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Hello, my name is Teppei Suzuki, and we are the 8 Burglars of Japan. Thank you very much for watching our performance. Before we play our last piece, I would like to thank my dear friend Luca BENUCCI and all the other staff members for organizing the great Italian Brass Week 2020, a virtual with real musicians. We are very honored and delighted to join the effort. The last piece we would like to play is my arrangement of a piece titled A Song for Japan. As part of a charity project by trombone players and fans from all over the world, it was composed by Stephen Verhurst after 3/11 Great East Japan earthquakes. Although the title said for Japan, we would like to play this for the world today. We all are experiencing unprecedented scale of the pandemic, and many are faced with unimaginable pain. We send our love and prayer to everyone who lost their loved ones and to those who are battling the virus at this very moment. We honor and thank all the healthcare heroes and essential workers. We love you all and wish for everyone's peaceful future, health, and happiness. And lastly, we hope that musicians from around the world can get back to our normal musical and performing life very soon. Thank you very much again for inviting us. Please enjoy the song for Japan and for the world.